Hey guys, welcome back. Little late start this morning. We get set up. BBBY. BBBY. Ripped pre-market. Like Fubo is up also. Gapped up on SPY, kind of like I was wondering. Let's see. We get a little tweety tweet out here. Jimmy Files. that's a hashtag, Jimmy Files. That's funny. Okay. Gap up, and we'll see where we go today. I forgot Powell's actually tomorrow. Studio. And go, we get the link. Throw it up here on Discord. Excuse me. All right. Okay, I think it's set up pretty good. BBY had a pretty big gap. Get logged into my brokerages, and we'll look at the levels on SPY. It's probably a good thing I closed out of that future contract, even though it might come back down here today. It very well could just keep ripping. I think it's trying to price in a bullish CPI. If it breaks this, I should probably go long. Fox D holding up. These plays from last week. Look at up. 6.7%. Legit. I looked at the daily candle and I didn't like that too much, but we'll see. It might not really care. Okay. So market just broke its pre-market high. Give it a little bit of time and see if it's legitimate or not. Seems like it's slow this morning. The GME with a little bit of a gap up. Not sure if it's just getting pulled by BBY. I wouldn't think so because it's a pretty small move. Okay, let's put some bubbles on here. We've got, oh, that wasn't pre-market. Never mind. Oh, it's just this morning. Okay. Kind of want to go long here. See if it's gonna hold. I don't like opening trades this early. I guess it's not super early. I'm 15 minutes late. So it's kind of rejecting it. Be a good short. I've been loaded up on BBBY at not such great prices. Party City's also ripping, and they just said they were gonna go bankrupt. So that's interesting. Both BBY and Party City had big gap ups. Talking about bankruptcy. So this thing kind of faltering on this resistance. Or if a short would be good here. I'm on the 1 minute candles here though. Put in some levels here. Patient. We'll do yesterday's high, which also corresponds with one of the supports on pre-market. Where's the next level up here? I think it's, yeah, that was a breakout. So the next level up, oh wow, that's actually already there. That high is already pretty much at that resistance. But I'll put some one up here. Yeah. Looks like it wants to take it. Setting up a little bull flag here. I don't know. I don't think there's any news on BBY. As far as it going bankrupt, not sure. Is that an engulfing candle? Yeah, I might take this long. Yeah, I'm gonna go long. Oh, on the breakout. Dang it. Here we go. Okay, and then I'll get I'll pull up natural gas. Gas had to move up, so it's got a big gap to fill. I might want to go long on this one too. Lots of gaps on natural gas. It broke its pre-market high. Yeah, on the futures it broke that level too. So it's moving slow, but it's kind of grinding up here. The market and the fact that it's holding above that that little resistance spot there. We'll see. Might come back down and retest this though. It's definitely possible. But this daily candle I'm breaking from this resistance back here. To me, it looks like definitely some ups. And then CPLI might turn it around. Or even Powell. Powell might turn it around on Tuesday. But I think what he's talking about on Tuesday is not I don't think it's relevant. Like he might bring up something that would move the market, but I don't think that's what it's about. Let me see. It's January. That'd be January 10th. Jerome Powell speaks in Sweden. Okay, yeah. So it's not like it's getting a little testy up here. I think I'm still good on my long. It's not like he is set up to say something, but it's possible. Just even this speech in Sweden, he does, especially if he gets questions, and so it could move in the market, but not really a time when it's supposed to, I guess. Cost average is 7. Yeah, my cost basis is 4 actually because I've been shorting puts, but yeah, still much higher than it is. What happens at the end of the pump it up? 1669. Look at the market, new high. Happy. So I might put a stop loss on in case this thing turns around. That's the safer thing to do. Pretty far away. So that contract's up 125. Kind of want to get a little further before I do it, but it's the morning, so it could be very volatile. So my stop I'm putting on here is, show you guys, is 3. So I'm doing 394.5.50. My cost base is 3945.25. So just a stop limit. So basically a small profit if it comes back down there. It's looking good so far though. I'd like it to have a support higher than my stop limit. Excuse me. Market is actually freaking squeezing right now. I mean that breakout, that's a big breakout. I just got unlucky with my positioning, and yeah, otherwise that would have been a nice move. But I think this could keep going and fill this gap today, tomorrow, and who knows? We might even see these numbers before Wednesday, and then I feel like CPI will probably sell it off, but not, no way to know. Is Fidelity not working? $27. You still holding that? So let's see. Maybe you should take profits on some of this volatility. Just reposition after it cools down. This isn't like really a level yet though. I'll wait for the next. Might cancel this order. This stop limit order. I don't want to get stopped out. This looks too good. BBY back up to 31%. Fucking HKD looks pretty dead. I can't believe I missed that pre-market move. If only I checked my phone. If I checked my phone, I would have been up like 4 or 5 grand on that if I sold somewhere in here. It's crazy. The whole thing happened pre-market and then now it's over. It's not even retesting it or anything. Lost 30k. Dang. Dang. Yeah, I mean I'm down more than that right now on it, but the position's not closed. And I'm selling options, so theoretically I'm making my money back on it, unless if it does go bankrupt. But it has to stop going down so aggressively. I think it's consolidating a little bit here, but yeah, not too bad. Jimmy, no volume still. I might sell puts today on it. This does look like we might get a bit of a relief rally. Yesterday's daily candle's somewhat bullish. And then that oversold RSI, of course. I'm hesitant to get short puts. If this thing really just flushes through, I could get stuck pretty easily if it comes down to like $11 or $10. If my puts are close to the money. That's my only thing, and I don't have money to just be stuck in short puts. It's kind of interesting. Party City also is in a similar situation, it seems like, with recent bankruptcy news, retail space, and they're both pumping They still haven't come up with some excuse for why BBY is moving. They're talking about earnings. Let's see. Yeah, there's nothing. No explanation. All right, up is up almost 10%. Birds is almost up 4%. Oxy down a little bit. Oh, I think no. Okay, still trying to sell calls on the BoxD shares. It's gonna need a probably to make a pretty big move for that to work. Otherwise, I should maybe just cut that position. Chart still looks nice. Like it's kind of just consolidating, rounding out a little bit. Actually, Friday's candle, that's not a great looking candle. I might cut this one. If I could fill those options, I'd be much more happy to hold it. But those options never got filled. See if I can I think I'm maybe still up on the shares. Yeah, I'm still up a little bit on the shares. Oh, it's sold. Okay, so it's shorted 2 of them. Weird. So I actually got 2. I got 2 of the calls to fill, but for some reason it did them separately. Both the same date, both 11. Both 5-cent calls. Why in the world? Why are they spread out? And why is one the fills at 9:30 when I had a limit for 10? Weird. Dude puts cost the same as shares. What beer was that on? That stamp. And who was it that said it? It wasn't you. Market's still rallying. This is very nice for my long. It's getting a bit overbought here, but Spy loves to be overbought. That's his favorite. Overbought on the hourly too. I might take profits on this one and not just try and hold it all day. But I would like to just get into a long and not even trade it and just play after hours and just let it go. I think this move's going to continue. It looks like we'll probably get that MACD crossover. Definitely got a green over the 9. And that volume yesterday ended up picking up and ended up being quite a bit. Now BoxD, maybe I'll just I'll close these for 5. Okay. Cancel that. We'll close those shares. Okay, so I sold BoxD. I think. It's so illiquid, I don't know if it fully filled. Filled some of them. Sold some more. Yeah, this thing is just so liquid. And those options, they're not, they wouldn't fill me. There we go, it's selling them now. I still have up, and I'll probably hold on to up. Might options on here I think are pretty awful. Yeah, I'll just have to swing these shares. So the ES is up 337. Still have my stop limit on it. Just basically break even, just above it. I'm kind of waiting for this resistance or some sort of reversal looking candle. It's still pretty early, it's only 10, so it could move volatile, but so far the market's been very subdued and nothing like this because there wasn't any data. So it might just be in melt up until CPI. Or maybe PAL, but natural gas. I missed 2% on natural gas. Frick. What to do? I was going to buy that also. Natural gas contracts are small, but the thing it can move a lot. Did it just fill a gap? Oh my gosh. Oh, there's still a gap there. This thing just squeezing. Wait for a pullback on that. Gotta pay attention. Yeah, I'm not gonna buy into that high. That's crazy. Jimmy is holding up 2%. Volume still sucks on it. BBBY. It's climbing back up. Market is also. This was a big move. Unfortunately, it's just erasing losses from the last 2 days. That huge pre-market move. So it's got some catching up still to do. But if it's in the right momentum or the right direction, the momentum, you know, then you could get some options activity going, get some gamma going. I wonder if some shorts closed. You know, thinking that there's not much left if they're now going bankrupt, like that could be a strategy. Close it out. Oh, it's a photo. Okay. Okay. That makes more sense. I'm not in Mullen. Is it ripping too? Well, look at Party. Another bankrupt one. We might get a bankruptcy short squeeze coming. Jimmy could say they're gonna go bankrupt. Get in on that mix. Getting a little poppy. So what's the best theory on RC's tweet so far? A brewery. This short is not doing so well for me today. Yeah, the whole market wants to just pump. Whoops. The data that we got, the jobs data, it was bearish, I think, but the wage data was somewhat bullish. So market seems to be reacting to that more than anything. And it did just break a pretty big technical level on Friday with a good amount of volume. So it seems like this momentum will continue until CPI. This might be setting up an engulfing candle. I'm fine if it kind of consolidates some. I want it to reverse here though. I want this thing to rip now. I got some making up to do from Friday. That was not what you want. But just put in this level here. So I'll look at it so I don't have to look at extended hours. Just do like that one, and then I'll do the wick up here. See them. Couple resistance spots. Do this one too. All right, I should probably put like some sort of stop limit on my up shares. That would be smart. You think Elon's still selling shares? So the open on this candle is higher than this close. So if it closes down here, then it will be an engulfing candle. So really waiting to see what this one ends up with. Still have 3 minutes left on it. Some days I've noticed engulfing candles don't really mean anything. It's weird, but then other days it means a lot. It definitely has heavier weight if it's at a support or resistance when you see that. But yeah, so I kind of have to keep that into consideration. If you're just seeing it through like chop or something, it doesn't really mean anything. RC confirmed a bottom and reverse will be coming, and we'll be buying in soon. No, I'll pull up the tweet here. He just quoted a line from Titanic. Follow me on Twitter. Let's see. Jack, I want you to draw me like one of your French girls. Wearing this. Wearing only this. I might get copyright strike for how good I just did that. How's his tweet? He's holding a diamond in his hand when she says this. There's been so many of these, like immediately. Within 30 minutes of his tweet, there were just so many phase swaps. I think SPY will keep going up, yeah. Yeah, I think it'll keep going up until it stops. It's got a gap up here, got a couple gaps, but again, CPI on Thursday. And Powell is speaking tomorrow in Sweden, but it might not move the market at all. It's not like a Fed minutes or something where he's necessarily addressing anything with our economy. But if he gets certain questions, you know, then that could happen. But yeah, this is just getting up to, that's actually one of the resistances right there. I didn't draw because there's just a lot of wicks, but looks like it's kind of slowing down on it. Here, GameStop's getting a little jumpy. A little bit of volume there too. So, couple of resistance there. Momentum looks good though. Looks like it'll probably keep pushing up. This isn't a very good spot. I'm gonna get rid of this one. Next major one I think is probably there. Like here. And then, yeah, then after that, here. But really just that gap fill, I'd say. And that could all happen before Thursday for sure. I mean, we really could be, who knows, we could be back up here before Thursday. Back to 400. I mean, Friday was a big day. Big break of a technical level, big volume. Got full candle over that 9 moving average. And I thought it was a bullish MACD, but I think end of day, kind of the taking profits, flipped it back bearish. There's nothing to scare the markets basically right now, unless there's some external event. Unless Putin decides to invade a new country. There was, I think there was some China-Taiwan news though over the weekend. Maybe, I guess it didn't really matter. What's up, Donro? Nice little consolidation up here. That resistance didn't engulf there, which is nice. Glad I was decisive on this break. I could take profits here. Everything looks good. It's just my thinking is if I try and take profits here, It's just what will I want to get back into it, and I don't have a good entry to get back in. Then I might be chasing it, and then I might end up getting back in basically where I'm getting out. So then it's like, well, I might as well just hold it. .3.5% on GME actually. BBBY is getting back up to those levels. So I think, are those all pre-market? These two are pre-market. No, all three of those are pre-market. Oh wow. Okay. Looks like SPY might be coming down here. I might close. Got time. It's got a little room. A little breathing room. I wonder if BBY is having an effect on GME. I don't like that the SPY just broke that actually. Broke that little level. Yeah, I'm gonna close it. I'm gonna close it and wait. Dang. Wait, might just make a move back to VWAP. Yeah, so that thing was up at like 400 and I took it at like 220 maybe. This is also kind of at a soft resistance. So, yeah. It's already up 0.87%. Don't really want to take a short, not at this point. Since I'm longer term bullish, well, shorter longer term. Like daily bullishness. Yeah, hit the like. No, I'm just kidding. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Ace. Mucho gusto. Well, I didn't sell all my Box D shares. What do I still have? All the rest. What is this? Okay, now I'm at a Box D. Up, slowing down. See, it might just be consolidating up here. So maybe a retest on here, I could go long. If it doesn't, it just breaks. I might go back long on the break, honestly. Which, that's the thing. So I closing here and then opening back up here, which sucks. That's why I don't like to close it necessarily. Artie's holding up pretty well too. This was kind of an aggressive candle though. I guess it's still early, 10:15. Have a lot of just traders moving around, adding some of that volatility. We'll see. I don't like the setup to go long. Wait. UNG finally getting a red candle for natural gas. Look at this thing. I made a new high right there. Wow. Might have to take this long again. Do you think RZ buys Bye Bye Baby, BY by Jimmy? No. Oh, Bye Bye Baby. Wait, what? I don't think the RC BBY deal is I think that's over. I think he could buy more GME though. I think that's a possibility. Yeah, Funko. Yeah, buying. I mean, him, not him, but GME buying acquiring Funko or Newegg or something like that. That could be plausible. Market cap on here, 523 million. Got a gap down. Oh, bad earnings. Might be a good time to take Funko. Same sort of market cap actually, which is crazy, but have a good product that has value. So it kind of broke that high, but it looks like it's rejecting it, really. Yeah, exactly. Funko would make a ton of sense. That's like, yeah, that's like one of their better sectors, I believe, is selling those collectibles. So it's like BBY rejected one of those pre-market levels I had. That's a bearish inverted hammer. Oh jeez, natural gas. Ugh. Should have grabbed it. It just has so much upside now. Oh wait. Wait. That volume here on UNG. That's what's that. Got just so many gaps. Getting into a long at least to capture the after hours move. Probably be good. Not sure if there's any news or anything on that. Let's see, natural gas news. Econ calendar. Yeah, so nothing today. Bond auctions. Consumer credit. You gotta keep an eye on this when I trade natural gas, because when they come out with storage numbers and that kind of thing, definitely can move big. Looks like it wants to maybe go. To help my long. It's starting to look like yesterday, a shorter time frame. Just this move right here. Is that yesterday? Yeah, or Friday. Wait, no, right here. Set up a little level, broke out, false breakout, retested that support, and then we'll see. I'm fine with my exit, but my entry might be higher. Yeah, I know, right? Cold weather, what do you know? It's ripping. 8.6% now. Oil's up 12 and 3/4. We've got risk on today. Coins up, Fubo's up, open door. Market might not have much more of a move today since there is no data and it's kind of waiting. It's already up 0.9%. Like, we'll see. I think just breaking that level, it's going to be upside, but it might not be as aggressive as Friday. So it might be a slow day. It might be a good day to just trade the range more. Got a pretty good range. I mean, down to here, maybe even down to this level. It breaks. I said I wasn't going to go short, but those wicks up there makes me think it's not going to keep going up. Here's if it breaks. Well, VWAP's so high though. Not sure if I'd want to short if it breaks this level. I'd like to see what it does at VWAP. Natural gas 9%. Some Fubo upside. Profitable enough. Yeah, it seems like a lot of the retail. Let's go ahead and put it retail stocks. Rumble's up. IronNet. Yeah, it is peculiar that it's Party City and Bed Bath & Beyond that had the big gap ups, and those are both the recently. I mean, the articles were that they're planning bankruptcy or in the next couple weeks, but yeah, those are the two that have bankruptcy news basically around them or speculation on it at least. I think Party City actually is more legit about theirs. I think that might be more confirmed. GDM put up the borrow fee, still 20% on GME. Rolls-Royce car sales hit a 119-year record as US drives demand. People be buying Rolls-Royces? What? That's weird. That's really strange. Lululemon shares down 13.6% after company expects margin squeeze in Q4. This is kind of old, I guess, from this morning. That could be a good argument bipolar. I mean, just because they buy them doesn't mean that they have to change anything. It can still run exactly the same with the same people, and it's not like it has to they go through and fire everybody and make it all GME. It'd still be Funko. But yeah, that is true. I mean, that is a totally different space. But that said, I mean, you have to imagine Funko's probably made in China, and so GameStop does have their own label, their own brand of stuff that I'm sure they just import from China and white label it or whatever. is that Axis or is it some Axios? So they do have uh some in that space. So the Funko thing might not be a whole lot different than that, really. Like Nat Gas might be slowing down. Maybe even taking a short up here. Like some BBY selling off. Didn't break that resistance yet. Back to VWAP. Market's still holding up. Tilray didn't have good earnings. Lowers Q4 rev guidance. I don't know about their earnings, they just lowered their guidance. I saw one of the replies to Ryan Cohen's tweet was it was highlighting the re-release of Titanic at AMC theaters, and it just had hashtag AMC in it. Avatar reached 1.5 billion, highest grossing film released in 2022. Not saying a whole lot. The 10th biggest of all time. That's pretty impressive. I guess looks like it's consolidating. Not sure if I want to take a short there. Market's chilling. Party City's holding up better than BBBY. HPCO. Still have shares this one from IPO. That looks pretty bullish. Got a little ways to go. My exit was, my timing wasn't perfect, but exiting in this range I think was smart. Should have been more patient on that exit though. Up to the 1 minute and it just looked like it was plummeting. So I could have waited for a retest of that high. BBY is holding VWAP, that's nice. Max Payne, we speculate that market makers and those manipulating the market potentially can move it. And if they can, then market makers would want it to expire at Max Payne, because that's where they make the most money. So we've seen on GME where if they're in control, oftentimes it does expire or close at near Max Payne. But I think on GME it's been pretty detached since it's been selling off more aggressively. BBBY, I haven't looked at it for January 20th, but I have seen a lot of stuff about crazy gamma ramp, so I wouldn't be surprised if Max Payne was up there. As we get closer to that date, that number will most likely change, I would imagine, because people will be selling off the calls and buying puts and bringing it down, but yeah, I didn't even see Avatar. I'm not. The first one was like fine, but I don't know. I'll watch it when I can watch it at home. That'd be pretty cool. TJ. But wouldn't that be kind of a waste of time to do your shopping in a VR world and just, having to walk around and move your whole body than just clicking on a computer or using your phone screen? Nat gas kept going. Looks like, oh, market's gonna keep going. Look at this. All right, I'm gonna be patient, but it did just break that high. And if it holds, I'll probably go long. Dang, I don't, these breakouts though. Too many false ones. I'll try and be patient on it. Hmm. Okay. Looks like it wants to hold, maybe. Try and be patient. Jeez, Nat gas 9.7%. Had like one little red candle and just ripped. 9.8. That was the play. That thing, I didn't see it break out. By the time I saw it, it had already moved pretty far past its resistance, so I didn't want to chase it, but that one would have been a nice one. So this break, so you want to see a couple candles over the resistance on the minute at least. Maybe even a retest of it, but it might not even do that. This is looking pretty bullish. All right, I'm gonna go back long. Go back to long-term time frames so I don't freak out. Okay, so probably retest. Probably didn't get a good entry, but I think it's going to continue up. Max Payne, that's for this week probably. AC. Give me as proves fundamentals, but I've another. Yeah, the NFT space is a bit early. I mean, yeah, GameStop hasn't said anything about it exciting, but there's definitely a lot of potential, as we know. What aisle products located? All right, going up. This is good. Um, It's not. I mean, it's already up over 1%. So this, I think this next resistance be a pretty strong one. I might just take profits right at it. We'll see. It's just not a big move, but I guess probably start drawing some higher ones. So really just that, I mean, that gap fill is what I'm thinking. Yeah. Put one up here. Maybe here. Let's see. Have a support there, resistance here. Yeah. One in here too. GME's kind of moving up a little bit too. Natural gas 10.24%. Ah! Oh my gosh. Even just one little contract on there would have been $600-700 just from the last 30 minutes. It's good BY held VWAP. Party City. Oh, let's see. Nat gas, come on, baby. Give us an entry. It's gonna fill this gap before it ever gives us a red candle. 35% of households used credit cards or loans in December to cover spending needs in the past. That's up from around 32% in November and just 21% in April 2021. I might put a stop limit on this. Thing's getting kind of weak. Probably about to get stopped out if I open it. It looks good. Yeah. It did break. It's a slow melt up day. Natural gas, man. Creating such a big range. Just intraday. I put in my stop limit. It might get triggered here. Yeah, it just stopped me out. Which is fine. It did break the high and everything, but it's already pretty high up there. I'll just chill. I'm a little shook from Friday, maybe. Make games? That's a totally different industry. U.S. equities could slump another 22% from current levels, says Morgan Stanley. Natural gas, look at you. Riot's up. Oh, yeah. I guess Bitcoin's probably up. Crypto's up. QuantumScape. Lyft, Rum, AMD. Tesla 7.8. Even Wish is up. Today might be a day just like to just dip by on the SPY. That level right there? Really? Oh, right here. That low. Probably keep going though. Keep going up. I don't think GameStop needs to make the games. I mean, there's a big enough market there that there's enough game developers. Getting into game developing is, I mean, that's a totally different business. Buying Funko or something like that, I think they're closer correlated with that just because of their, yeah, their in-house brand. We're gonna do this move, this little head and shoulders breakout. Canada to purchase 88 F-35 combat jets. Happening. Yeah, here it goes. Up 1.2%. BBY. Looks like it's gonna make a new high. My short puts. Let's see. Short puts are up 2 grand today. Now my deal is, am I gonna have to, with my BBY, am I gonna have to just try and time a top and realize losses, least amount, or will I actually be able to get back the green? Make it much easier to close. This is one of those chasing days. Natural gas just kept going up actually. 10.78%. FTX spent nearly 7 million on food in 9 months. Party. Euro hits highest level versus US dollar since June. Pretty overbought on that hourly. Yeah, it's coming up to that. I think it'll probably slow at this spot. At least consolidate before it keeps going. Yeah, it's a good thing I closed that short on Friday. There's been nothing but ups. Now to try and catch a little downside action, or just wait for the downside to hit a bottom, go up. Party up 50% now. Oh, SPY's getting to that level. I just need to commit to a long on one of the on a support and not get shaken out. Today just looks pretty bullish overall. Hold it overnight. What time is Powell speaking tomorrow? I think it's in Sweden, right? Yeah, in Sweden at 9. Yeah, kind of early. I don't know if the market will price in anything for Powell speaking tomorrow. I don't think it will. But what he says, he could say something that'd move it. Yeah, BBY, it's basically got a squeeze for me to get out profitable. Not squeeze, but significant upside to where you would get FOMO buyers and a gamma ramp built. So I think I need $4, 118%, which is big. What I can't get over is the percentage difference that's going up and down. I shared that graph on Discord. It's just like, it was crazy to visualize it. Or where that graph is. Oh, this one. Yeah, this is insane. How much you need to recover your losses? It was 1%, only 1% to come back up. It was 5%, come back up. 10% down, you need 11 to come back up. 20% down, 25% back up. Just gets awful. Once you get around that 40-50% losses, then it's like, oh boy, it really starts to get big. 100%, 60% is 150, 70% is 233, 80% is 400%, 90% is 900. Like, crazy to think about. BBBY broke that resistance. That is neat. At pre-market, next move up here, 2030. I did kind of reject that level there. I guess look to go long potentially. I don't know. It's like wait, look for a dip to go long or wait for the break. I don't know if it's gonna break though. It's pretty high up here. Let's see. So good volume on BBY, 39 million this morning. Pre-market. Or this is the hour. Almost a million in that hour. Oh, and look at all this volume. Red volume, that's not good. That must have been some sort of profit taking. I don't know. 1.5 million on that in pre-market. Does look like Jamie is moving with BBBY. Nakash just on a choo-choo train to the sky. There it goes. It's catching up with Party City. Average US stock fund fell 18.4% for 2022 after having rallied for the 3 years before that, including the 2020 or 22.5% gain in 2021. Hmm. Okay. See where SPY finds support. Here, VWAP, this high. Yeah, I'd like a long for overnight. Or just right here. Let's speculate they're using that for some sort of hedge or margin, but it's not necessarily true. Resco is your alternate account? Oh, word. Yeah. I know, I was hopeful for HKD with that pre-market that it would come back up at least somewhat and test it. I mean, it bounced a little bit, but I was hoping that it would. That's oftentimes the case, it seems like. There's a big pre-market move and it sells off before open. Usually you get a move back up to test it at least. But I think it looks like all the action happened there. Yeah, it's about to hit the low from that day. Yeah, I took a loss on this one. Yeah, it's crazy. Gotta check stuff pre-market sometimes, especially these Chinese ones. Oh, I guess yeah, that makes sense. That was during China's hours, right? That's why I didn't retest it. China got out. SPY's gonna come down. Come down here. Maybe. I don't know what it does. No one knows what HKD does. Definitely pumping up. Natural gas. Not not coming down at all. Just hanging out up there at the highs. What's AMC doing? Whoa. AMC's at $3.80. Chart looks as bad as GME's. Bear flag. GME's coming down, getting a little bit of that momentum from the market, perhaps. UNG's coming down too. But it's provocative, that's right. Short at the top. Yeah. Like short the shares. Buy puts. Yeah, I mean just get a hedge on my longs. It'd have to be a significant position to the short side to recoup my losses. And I don't think I want that much exposure. I don't know. Yeah, what do you have in mind? Puts, short shares, all credit spreads. I'd rather find another trade to make it back almost too, you know, because it's already so low. Like I wouldn't want to short it down here. If it moves up quite a bit, maybe. But honestly, if it moves up quite a bit, I'll be back to. I think I'll be break even at $4 because after all my premium selling, after rolling short puts over and over and over, one of my short puts got exercised, and so I got the shares, and my average cost in the shares is $4. So I think that's all we need to get to be break even on that account. But yeah, and then on my other account that I have shares, it's weird because, well, it doesn't do it like Fidelity does. It doesn't show me, doesn't like equate up average cost, I think, based on the premium sold. It just tells me the shares at the cost that I got them at, which was my short put. So on this one, my shares, the cost basis is $9. because that's where my short put, that was my short put strike. So this one might also be $4 if you're considering the premium, but I'm not sure. I haven't done math. Just building up support here on SPY, it looks like. Not wanting to give us a range yet. At the money leap puts. Not much downside though, right? And why would I do leaps? Just to be safe. Yeah, that'd be a pretty safe play. If I did, would I be a spike? Yeah. If I did buy puts on it on my account with the shares, I could get all that for margin. Would be neat. SLNH Saluna Holdings. Yeah, chart looks bullish. Lack of volume isn't great right here, but got the momentum there for sure. Got your moving averages, or it's above moving averages. MACD's bullish. Resistance, I'd put 46 cents, probably this peak right here, and then 50 cents, and then after that, gap fill maybe 75 cents. You have options as options. Not really traded, but maybe wait for the break on this one first, though. This high. Really confirm the move to the up. Up and up. Speaking of, up 6%. I just look on Reddit. I don't go to any specific thread or subreddit. But based on my search, yeah, I'll get Wall Street bets. Super stock mostly, but I'll see Wall Street bets, I'll see personal finance. You just sold some 123s. Yeah, I maybe should AC actually. I'm gonna look at it. I haven't, because most of my position is in short puts, so. But yeah, these shares I could. I just never wanted to sell them because it was so far from my cost basis. I might take a long here on SPY if it breaks this. Wow. Wow. Yeah, let me look at Bitwise options. That's a good reminder. Did make a new high on the day. SPY. Nothing crazy yet. What a bullish day. Yeah, BBY. How far out did you sell, AC? Oh, sorry, 120. Oh, you didn't give yourself much time. Oh, starting to break. Flip to the 1 minute here. Not sure if it's gonna actually break out. Let's see, 120 monthlies. Yeah, or no, you did. Yeah, you say 120, mean the monthlies, right? Yeah, that is pretty good premium. Whoa, 400% IV. Yeah, I'll sell some freaking calls on that. You did threes. Yeah, I'm down. Good call. I forget to do that stuff sometimes. I don't know if I want to sell threes or what. I'll put a high order on it. So I'll do it on these ones I have shares on. Okay, let's see. I'll do January. It's 11 days. I could even do fours, which might be my cost basis. One would only know. After three, though, you do start to lose quite a bit of premium. So much volume on there, dude. This. I start looking at the option chain, I just start getting bullish. I shouldn't do that. I might wait. I might wait. I mean, it's a big day. It's 40%, but who knows? Maybe it's the beginning of a big run. I'm gonna wait a little bit. Maybe end of day. Because it's holding up nicely. I mean, and this volume today is actually awesome. 53 million. I'm gonna wait before I open cover calls. But yeah, that's actually really promising to see the premium on those already. For the monthlies, which is, whoa, there's only 11 days. Not sure the market's gonna break that. Yeah, the threes, three strike is 20 cents. That's pretty good. 400% IV. It's pretty enticing. All right. Thanks, AC. Good call. Wall Street betting up an echo chamber. Yeah, a lot of bots in there. I still see good stuff. As far as plays, I never really looked in there specifically for plays. So yeah, maybe those have gone downhill. Domo Capital mentioned that on Twitter. Yeah, chart looks pretty nice. I don't know what they do or anything, but all purple rings these days. Yeah, we could roll up too, potentially. Um, to me, the first day of a reversal or of a rally, like I wouldn't want to sell cover calls that day in case it is just the first day, but it might be smart, it might be prudent because this might just be a 1-day pop. But I don't know. I think this could continue at least to fill this gap back up here. With how it's holding up today, it looks like it wants to make a move back to kind of these pre-market levels. So might fill that gap even today. Market is moving up. That's a 5-minute? Just suck me into a long here. No, not gonna do it. Yeah, I sold cash secured puts with 1 day of expiration, and they were 50% out of the money. And you can guess what happened after hours that day. RC announced to sell. I should have looked at the warning signs. I got filled with too much confirmation bias hopium. The warning sign was him filing the form so that he could sell his shares. I let myself believe that, oh, that doesn't mean he's going to do it now. That, you know, that's just normal. And it is normal, but that is definitely a sign that there's an impending sale probably coming. And maybe right then, since it was in the middle of a huge squeeze. So got a little caught up in the echo chamber on that one, probably. All right, market is going up again. This is crazy. Natural gas has come back down a little bit. Look for an entry on that. I might just wait on this. I don't like how high this is to enter. I mean, it's just getting a bit crushed. But I might re-enter. 3 to 18 is quite a bit. You get called away at a $3 cover call, I guess, unless you roll it. Yeah, okay. You rolled up 3 times, you're close. Never selling naked. It's a cash secured put, it's not naked. So naked would be just a short put without any capital. You'd just do it on margin then. Cash secured put's a great way to make money. You did it on an extremely volatile stock at a very high price with the worst possible news to come out the next day. So, yeah. It was a safer play than buying the shares there. If you didn't want to buy shares there, then yeah, maybe it wasn't a good idea to do cash secured puts. My strike on my at that time on my cash secured put, I was happy to have shares with. It was like a 13 strike, and the stock was at like $25 or something crazy. And RC was still in it, everything was still good. It's not a huge squeeze. So I'm like, whatever, yeah, if it comes down here, I'll be stoked. And then that changed. So of course, with News Catalyst, you can't say, oh, I'm never gonna do that again. Like, that's all hindsight trading. You can't do that. News you didn't know. This is looking bullish again. Alright, I'm gonna go back in. It's holding up. I'm gonna wait a bit and then put a stop limit. Hopefully this thing keeps rallying, and then I'll probably close it though. I'm probably not just gonna try and hold it because I think it'll probably come back down and retest. Probably retest this entry before end of day. So if the break here, if I held that one with the stop limit here, then maybe I would just leave that one and just play through the volatility because it's quite possible it won't come back down here. But as I keep entering higher, it's more likely to come down and retest, right? So I'll have to end up just trading it, which is okay. I'm just sitting for my computer, so it's hard to just see a contract lose value and I'm like, why don't I just sell it and buy back in? But that's the punch card, because you only have so many punches, right? You can only get in and out so many times in a day. And if I think about that, it helps me to not overtrade and not try and time the market, because I think you can only time the market so much. Like, it's difficult to, so do it as little as you can. Just do it at good times. This candle does not look good, but it's just started. Oh wait, it's got room. It's got room to go. I can go a little red on this one, even though this is pretty high. But that was a pretty big resistance, actually. That was that support made over those couple days. And even this level up here is kind of mellow. Like, this is kind of just a, yeah. Really, that gap fill up to 397 is that'd be a big move still. That's 1% from here, so 2.5%, which would be big. That's what we had on Friday. So we might have another day like that. Or I just caught the false breakout. It's going to come test back down here. Natural gas is coming down. Might tick along at VWAP. Let's see. Oh, he's selling. I just want to be able to sell. Yeah, Ace. I know I got into all of it. It was at a euphoric time. It's funny. I wasn't even in Euphoria because I didn't play the move on BBY. I mean, I did. I had some position, but not a whole lot. But I had leaps on it. I had 6 strike leaps. I think I still have them, actually. I had 6 strike leaps on BBY, and they're up like crazy amounts. and I was like, oh, I'll do cover calls on them, and I had so many different positions on it that I should have closed. I don't know why I didn't take profits on those leaps. Yeah, $6. They're not leaps anymore. They were January's, I guess. They were deep in the money, of course. Can't believe I didn't say they were up like 4 or 5 grand, just like 3 different contracts. But yeah, I got a little suckered on the BBY one. I got so used to just trading GME and just being so secure in it. And little BBBY comes strolling along to take my lollipop and step on it. The entry I got here is not great, but it did break that high, so there's something to it. Jimmy Chop. It's rebounding today. On low volume though. Not good. This looks more like just a chop off head price action. Or like limb by limb. Might want to get more long puts on GME. I just don't know a good entry. Or we might be seeing this range right here, something like this. So if it's this, I'm just waiting for volume, which would be this day. But so far, we're just, if this is happening, we're just right here in it. But I don't like that it's at a in no man's land down here where it's not really at any support. I would prefer maybe we're down at 10. If this price action was happening at 10, I'd probably be buying. But did I just really time the top? Maybe. Like to see it hold that breakout level. UNG might have a good entry here. I don't want to take it. Yeah, I'm gonna take one on UNG. It didn't get to VWAP, but it came down, created a little hammer. Still up 9%. All right. Hope that holds. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's better. There we go. Okay. Like it's just kind of consolidating above that resistance, which is good. That, let's see, is that the big? Yeah, that's a pretty big level, so. But the thing is already so freaking high. Enough upside there to even want to hold this. There is. The upside's actually still nice. It's just come up so much. Yeah, because I see almost, I mean, I see a gap fill. Or at least this one right here, maybe. gonna start with one contract natural gas. Might get another one if it comes down more and I'm still bullish. Yeah, so this is, I'm looking at the futures of it, but it's basically the same as this. So we've got this hammer, which is signs of reversal, and but it has a little more room maybe to get down to VWAP. All right, my one contract filled on here on natural gas, so I went long on that. Crazy it filled that gap. Oh, it didn't. Got a few pennies left, 13.15. Shoot, man. Wonder if that was the top. Does it fill the gap? Market is moving up. Those contracts are doing well. Going in the right direction at least. Or that one contract. Yeah. Yeah, if you do get into options, the best is cash secured puts, honestly. In my opinion, it's the safest way to learn options. Always paper trade first, which is a good idea. But then I'd buy cash or sell cash secured puts on stocks that you want to own. And you want to own for 10 years, like long-term stocks, you know, whatever it is. So GameStop's a unique one because I do want to own it long-term. And it also has usually pretty high IV, so it makes it perfect for selling cash secured puts and covered calls. But yeah, I mean, like if you want to own Tesla, it usually has pretty good IV also. They're going to be more expensive, those contracts. They're going to take more money, but cheaper ones, you just pick cheap stocks that you use, you know, on a daily basis, like Uber or Lyft or I don't know. Domino's is high. Chipotle, that's pretty high. Yeah, Chipotle never split, did they? Amazon, I mean, Google, whatever. Yeah, yeah. If you haven't sold covered calls, that's a good way to start too. If you already have shares, for sure. I'm trading mostly futures right now. Uh, and futures in a way is more simple than options. To me, it's definitely more simple actually. But if you already have shares, then yeah, it makes sense to do covered calls. It's basically what your brokerage is doing already, but you're just getting a fraction of the amount they're getting. You're you're selling the right to your shares. Your brokerage, if it's on margin, they also, you know, they give it out. They lend your shares out to shorts and they pay a fee. So it's a similar type of concept. Um, so sell cover calls in this BUI pump. Thought you were assigning some shares. The assets value. Assets value them around $5. I'd like to see that. You have a link for that, Brad? Or a source for that? Short sellers made 300 billion in 2022's market downturn. Good for them. Yeah, if you have a source for that, I do have shares. I did get exercised on this account, and I actually, yeah. So this account I have 2,400 shares on BBY. So AC brought it up that he's selling cover calls, and I appreciated him bringing that up because I forget to do that, so it's a good reminder. But I think I might wait today. This to me looks like it could be the beginning of a reversal. So I think this could have at least a couple day move, if not more. This was all news, and I think getting back up to kind of this median area, potentially that 2 range, could happen. So I might sell some today, maybe scale in, maybe sell, you know, 10 of them or something, and then work my way, see what the rest of the week. So I think tomorrow we could keep rallying. BBY not necessarily rallying with the market though. I think it's pretty unrelated. But it probably helps having the market pump, even so. And I think the market could keep pumping today and tomorrow. And then CPI, Volatility, I feel like it'll probably be more of a sell-off than a pump, but there's no way to know. I think right now the market's pricing in a very, very light CPI, and so even if it is a light CPI, the market will sell off. It'll just be taking profits. But if it's not, it'll be even a heavier sell-off. That's just kind of my thinking of it right now. But yeah, I think we'd have a big move today and tomorrow. Until then, though, it's got that gap. A lot of volume yesterday, breaking that level from middle of December that we couldn't break. Pretty big. So consolidating nice up here. I'm fine with that. I could open up a stop loss on it. I'm like barely up on it though. I'll just count for a bit. Momentum might be slowing down though. Our MACD did flip bearish. I might do a stop loss on here. It's stupid because it's gonna just trigger right now, but had a big loss Friday. I need to recoup some of that slowly. Does look nice and just melt up though. UNG up, that's nice. Find it. Thanks, Brad. Yeah, if you're on Discord, just throw it somewhere in there, DM me it, or put in media or something, or DD. Suppose they don't have lend any shares, supposedly. Yeah, I know. I mean, yeah, maybe they do, maybe they don't. If you're on margin, yeah, you had to sign an agreement so that they could lend your shares. But if you're not, then maybe they don't, depending on your broker, probably. Scale in, yes, this is the way. It's the way I always say, but the way I never do. It's good to do, though. Yeah. No, yeah, I'm not thinking this is sustained at all, this rally. But short term, like next 48 hours, I think we could keep pumping. And even after CPI, we could keep pumping. I don't know if we'll break this high though. Kind of thinking that it won't. But market looks like it's wanting to get into almost a stagflation chop type range, which I hope doesn't happen, and not continuing this downtrend. So that would be kind of bad. We do have this bit of a weekly RSI divergence here and here, which is significant of an upside. But then we also have the divergence right here. Or no, that's not actually, because that's lower. Right? Yeah. So there is one bullish thing in there, but this trend has been pretty, these highs have been pretty consistent, you know, somewhere right around there. So, yeah. A little more move up, but maybe nothing crazy. Alright, I'm actually going to jump out of that. Yes. It's just slow. I'll just wait. I'll wait for a better entry. We're so high, and it's just, yeah. All these little moves. Should have just held that one. It's alright. Let's look at that. Yeah. Oh, where are these? So, yeah, I got close to those. We'll see if it makes it all the way back up to there, but... Oh, yeah, EU just closed, too. It's 11:31. So this might be our top for the day. Who knows? Or this is just the beginning. Another percent up. VY coming down a little bit. Maybe make it back to VWAP. From an armchair accountant. Sounds like someone smarter than me. Um, yeah, share it in media or DD. Yeah, market's coming down here. I probably could have exited right there. Just already so high. Might have been a false break on that. Sometimes they just happen so slow. JH is getting bearish. Oh my gosh. Might take a short up here even. BBBY feeling the market. G me a little bit. Not up. SPY's coming down. Move down could be pretty quick after that long melt up. That was weird. Just made a wick there and disappeared. I'm a fan of any consumer company considering the format. Yeah. Yeah, no, I know it's true. That you also, I mean, there is the argument that gaming, you know, cheap entertainment does well in recessions, and gaming is just about the cheapest, I think. Brad, I don't know where, I don't, do you share it on Discord? So the CEO of Citibank says the Federal Reserve to hike just under 5.5% by May. That's their terminal rate now, 5.5. I guess that's what it's been. So it's been stated. Natural gas is holding up. Made a little bear flag, but I'm just lacking conviction in my positions. I take some small trades, build back confidence. No, I like natural gas. I think it'd be all right. They're still not having any news. Make something up. Oh yeah, that's right. I just remember that guy, the CFO of BBY, died. That's crazy. It got hit with so much bad news right then. That was like, was that here? Somewhere here? It was like RC sold and then CFO. I mean, he fell off a building. That's all I'm gonna say. Or he fell? Yeah, I mean he went from a high level of a building down to the ground very fast. That killed him. Okay, I don't know anything else. I might just be consolidating for a bit. It'll probably have a move. I would imagine have a move sometime today, at least to VWAP. Maybe this is the time to take the short, especially with that candle right there. I don't know though. Yeah, just not a. It's not a great setup. Could just be one of these right here. Even though I feel like it's going to come down more just because it's lower, but probably will. I'll wait. I'm trying maybe go long on VWAP or something. Yeah, gas moved up. Good thing I didn't close that yet. Did I work in a hedge fund? No, I didn't. Can you imagine me making money? That'd be freaking sick. Coming down. We'll see if it holds support here. 392. Little false break. I did. I caught the false break. Well, it's a good thing I cut out. Not to say, I mean, it could definitely pass that today, but not fun holding through all this. Probably some serious. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, the SEC was. That's when they were coming after him and Ryan Cohen, I think, a little bit. Or some allegations. Not sure if any of it meant anything, but he knew he was facing prison. No, he didn't know that. He wasn't. He wasn't. He wasn't. He wasn't even convicted. Yeah, it was the ground exactly. Exactly. So he went from a high place on a building down to the ground very quickly, and then he died when he hit the ground. So I don't know the details around that. I'm not sure, but I think that much is true. That's speculation. I think AC John. So you're saying this CFO was with BCG and part of a short campaign to go push it bankrupt, and he was convicted of these crimes, and that's why that happened? I think so. Well, we don't know if anyone jumped off a building. You know, you said it. I didn't say it. But market's moving really slow today. But now that EU's closed, we'll see. Maybe we can make a little range to trade in. All right, have a little food.
It's the October lows, but the other catalyst, a couple in nature. One, there's some regulatory ease on some of the Chinese stocks from a regulatory standpoint in China. The other thing is the U.S. dollar. The U.S. dollar actually peaked in October, Nicole, and since then, we've actually seen the emerging markets, and particularly Chinese stocks, move quite a bit to the upside. And this includes, in the last month or so, Weibo, which is up about 18%, but Alibaba, JD.com, Baidu, these are all communications or internet-based names in China, mega caps that have performed quite well. And I think there's a continuation potentially for these names. Now, when it comes to Weibo itself, you have to consider some of the risks in social media. We know through Meta or Facebook and Instagram, there have been challenges in advertising spend, as well as marketing revenue. If you look at Weibo itself, considering last quarter might have been the low point from the standpoint of sales and revenue. Last quarter, when they reported in November, the revenue on a year-over-year basis was down 25% compared to the same quarter last year. But on a forward basis, the analysts really only expect single-digit growth in sales and about single-digit growth in revenue. But if you consider Goldman Sachs' call today, they actually moved their price target at $25 from a neutral to buy rating. They actually see double-digit growth in sales and EBITDA going forward. And they also state, also what I mentioned just a moment ago, reopening the economy is going to be a huge boom to marketing revenue, as well as e-commerce, and as well as retail spending altogether. And with the momentum right now in the market, we can probably see or possibly see a continuation in stocks like Weibo, as well as the rest of the Chinese stocks. So I guess what I'm trying to say here, Nicole, is that the estimates, which were already with the consensus analysts at the mid-single digits, might have been a low bar for the company, considering the company's expectations for earnings per share prior to the Goldman move in terms of target as well as rating was $2.09 a share, which really only put its forward multiple at 9 times earnings, with really the low point inflection quarter last quarter, which demonstrated a decline of 25% sales. So this might have a continuation going forward based upon the momentum, but also some of the regulatory risks which have abated.
Right, understood. So at this point now, with most of the outperforms that we're seeing, and as you mentioned, the momentum that we've been seeing in the market, how do you feel about a trade here for WB?
So in this case, Nicole, I think we're in a counter trend rally with the overall broad market, with the S&P possibly getting in the 4,000 range. So I think that's good momentum for all stocks. I do think that the reopening of the Chinese economy is still a catalyst. So in this condition, we could actually structure a bullish trade. Now looking at the stock price and then also looking at expirations, we're about to February, 39 days to expiry. You could actually put on what's called a bull call spread. It's a very simple trade. We're going to be buying basically a $20 call option for February and then selling the $22.50. Now earlier today, you could have bought this for $1 per share or $100 $1 a share or $100 in cost. So the whole objective here is to have the momentum continue. Break even is $21 because you outlaid $1 in terms of debit. But if the stock hits $22.50 or higher, you're at $1.50. So you're risking $1 to make $1.50. And ideally speaking, the best outcome is the stock hitting $22.50 or higher by expiration in 39 days.
Yeah, understood. George Stillis, thank you for that. The Disruptors, Weibo.
Okay, Nicole.
Thank you, George Stillis. Appreciate it. Coming up next, our look at the crypto space. What did we learn from Silvergate Capital last week? Bitcoin, is that the king of crypto? It's above 17,000. Much more to discuss next. Trading 360 continues.
SPY just moving slow, man. Market in Europe's closed, and just moving slow. UNG is break even, or my natural gas. I like the volume. I think I'll hold it. Hold the contract on natural gas and then maybe average down. It comes down, which it looks like it probably will. Brad, do you ever share? I don't know if you're in here anymore. I want to see where it says BBY's assets put at a share price of $5. Little head and shoulders here. This is what it did yesterday, but it broke out of it. I don't know if it'll do that today, but doesn't really support though. Probably keep coming down. We've got MACD's bearish now. Red. Got this red candle under the 9. I might take a short here even. Just moving so slow. Oh, that was you, Ace? Yeah. I've heard your story about that. Churn up. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm down. Down to collab. I just haven't really, I guess, pursued that. Has Ryan Cohen's Twitter always been blank, his bio? 43% of manufacturers have said Britain has become less attractive to overseas investors in last year. Huh. Bernie Madoff's brokerage firm was processing 10 to 15% of all the trading orders for the New York Stock Exchange by the 1990s. Wow. I just started we just started that series, that mini series last night. Well, let's moving back up. Party City's holding up better. Market, SPY, breaking back through that. Whoa, getting a little poppy. What was that? That data that came out? Got some volume spike in there. 11:30. No, there's nothing going on right now. This might be a good short. Oh, I don't get stuck, but I kind of want to take a short here. I don't know, it's so bullish. Wait for the dip. Do that. Natural gas still holding that level. Those Bed Bath & Beyond contracts came down a little bit, but not too bad. They're holding up nice. See, like 1 or 2 pennies on the 3 strikes. Can sell February's. February's are 35 cents. January's are 17. So almost double. 323% IV. That's crazy how quick that IV pumped on those. If anybody got calls yesterday on BBY, they're probably pretty pumped. I guess it's just back to where it kind of was. These were 46 cents before that drop. Man. That was the February. Here's the January 3 strike contract. Little pop on GME. What was that? Little volume spike there. Almost 12 o'clock. UPRO? You ever look at UPRO? Short is it's just a short of the S&P. 3 times leverage. I didn't know there's many of these left. Why is this up? Wait, what? Oh, this is long. Three X leverage though. There you go. Yeah, I mean I'm pretty bullish on the SPY for the next day, basically today and tomorrow, before CPI, and then after CPI, could be anything. That's kind of the, I guess, the macro on it. As far as TA, it looks good. Yesterday we had that green candle over the 9 moving average, and we got this bullish MACD. So I think this gap up here could get filled. I'll just show you on SPY. It's the same thing. But again, that date on Thursday is going to move it for sure. But yeah, there's a gap fill up here at 39.40, and then just look for some of these resistances to see if it rejects any here. 400 would be a big level. It could get to there. Could keep going. I mean, the trend line from the years, or from last year, I guess, is a bit higher if it wants to go up and retest that. Doesn't necessarily need to, but yeah, I'm bullish on it still until Thursday. Yeah, I guess we have 2 days, right? Yeah, actually it's Monday. Okay. There is some data coming out on Wednesday though that could move it too. Let's see. No, there's nothing on Wednesday. Powell is tomorrow, but just speaking on something else in Sweden. So probably not going to mean anything. Thursday's a big day, so could keep melting up because market's pricing in very bullish low CPI numbers, I would say. That said, intraday, this might be a good short here. A little double top. Our MACD's turned red. It's slow. It's really slow right now. We'll see what happens when it comes back down here, if it breaks through or tests. I need to force a trade here. Some noontime Yaz. Cup and handle. Maybe. $1.27. What did that get to? What year? Jeez, dude. It's getting close to IPO. How was its what 10th week as a public company? Yeah, if it doesn't go bankrupt, it's great value. Volume today is pretty good on BVY though, even the pre-market. Hopefully it's not something like this. China's 5-year credit default swaps fall to lowest since April 2022. Down 4 basis points from previous close to 59 basis points. Ryan Cohen's Twitter bio always blank? Yeah, I think it was. Or no, it used to say chairman of GME, didn't it? With a chair emoji? Huh. Oh, you enjoyed a little pop. Wonder if I should add to that. Grab another contract. He's resigned. Market's just consolidating up here. If I go long again, it'll either be on a break of this or on a reversal somewhere down here, maybe VWAP or here. Not sure I'll take it short. Oh yeah, Ace. You did. I'll play it. Market's slow. I'll play it right now. Yeah, the interview was recent. It wasn't like after the sneeze. It was a month ago. You watch it? Hey guys, how's it going? Just gonna give my thoughts and kind of discuss this interview with Ryan Cohen. This video was done by GMEDD.com, Joe Fonicello. Shout out to him. Go check out his channel. Go give him a sub. Give him a thumbs up on this video. Ryan Cohen has basically been quiet for 2 years, and we'll get into it, but I'm just gonna kind of share some of my thoughts and this is the first time we've heard from him. It's kind of interesting. It's also interesting. The first time he comes out, he comes to GMEDD and not any sort of mainstream media, which I think is a slap in the face to CNBC and all the big mainstream media that paint him so poorly. I think this basically shows how he views them. He comes to some kid with his website, which, not to downplay him, like, this is sick what he's doing, but it's pretty funny. A billionaire that's getting his first interview after 2 years, and all the spotlight is with this guy. So here we go.
Welcome to GMEDD's interview with the one, the only.
Oh, I'm playing it on 1.5 times also. So go watch the original one if you want, but I'm going to play this one faster so we can get through it. But I'm going to just pause and give some commentary here. I'm going to leave the closed caption on the bottom too.
Only Ryan Cohen. I'm Joe Fonicello, your host for the next hour. Ryan serves as the chairman of GameStop and the manager of RC Ventures. Ryan, this is your first public appearance in over 2 years, and the only time you've sat down with anyone for an extended interview like this. Why have you remained so quiet despite the attention?
Well, first of all, thank you for hosting me. I've been incredibly impressed.
So green bottle, I mean, green candlesticks, rockets, which is just, yeah.
With the level of diligence that GMEDD has done for GameStop and for the community. And I couldn't think of a more appropriate channel to have this conversation with. Secondly, in terms of why...
You couldn't think of a more appropriate channel. I love that. He's been silent for 2 years. Wall Street Journal, CNBC, no, those aren't appropriate. GMEDD.com is appropriate.
Haven't I done anything up until now? I haven't had time. I've been focused on work. So sorry for my dog in the background. But I haven't had time to play. I've been focused on work. So it's taken up all of my time.
I appreciate that. He's hardworking. I don't buy that though. I mean, yeah, he definitely could have talked before now. Not to go against him and say that that's not good. I think he probably needed to be silent, but not because he's been busy. You can take 5 to 10 minutes to do an interview, but here we go.
Before everything with GameStop, you were
this whole interview, I think he's kind of holding out in a lot of areas. But I think it's very good to see him, just how he answers questions. Joe, I'm sure was talked to Ryan before, and he probably screened all the questions with him and went over all of them. And so they probably, maybe not scripted it, but I don't think any of these were off the cuff from Joe. And Ryan, so Ryan knew of the questions, I would say, for the most part, and Joe was pretty easy on him. It wasn't like he didn't ask him hardball questions or anything like that, which is fine.
The founder and CEO of Chewy.
Because I'm sure there's a lot of legal ramifications that RC can't talk about and can't disclose, so there's no reason to prod, basically.
At the age of 25. Can you talk about what building Chewy meant to you and what you learned from that experience?
You can hear the dog in the background.
That's perfect.
It's a real dog, by the way. It's not just sound effects.
Yeah.
What did I learn from Chewy? Chewy was hard. We built Chewy in Florida. It was very hard to raise capital. We were a bunch of nobodies. It's like 3 states basically account for like 75% of venture capital: New York, California, and Massachusetts. So raising capital was really difficult to Chewy. Attracting talent was very difficult to Chewy, especially being in Florida. The talent pool was pretty limited. And we were selling 30-pound bags of pet food online. And so that wasn't very popular either against the backdrop of pets.com. So first, everyone said pets, you can't make the unit economics work selling 30-pound bags of pet food. And then once we had positive unit economics, everyone said that Amazon was going to crush us. And neither of those things were true. But it was very, very tough. It's a low margin business. Part of the secret sauce was just how we structured it. We had negative working capital. We took the business from like 200 million to 3.5 billion. We burned through less than 150 million of cash, even though we accumulated significant losses. So we turned our inventory over faster than our payment terms. But granted, going head to head against Amazon, selling 30-pound bags of pet food in the mail, tough business.
Yeah.
GameStop, on the other hand, in many ways, Chewy was like a new construction. We built the business from the ground up, knew the business inside and out. GameStop is different. We inherited a bunch of legacy everything and underinvestment across the entire business, people, the entire technology stack, just decades of neglect. And so it's hard to turn around a brick and mortar retailer that's under the kind of pressure that GameStop was and continues to be under. But that was also part of the attraction going into GameStop, was that a transformation the likes of GameStop was really unprecedented. And I was motivated by that. And similarly, selling 30-pound bags of pet food in the mail was also very unpopular, and we figured it out. So yeah, I like tough things. I don't like to make my life easy for whatever reason.
You've made yourself into a pretty prolific activist investor. Is RC Ventures evaluating other opportunities in this market, and what do you look for?
I'm always looking for opportunities. What do I look for? Yeah, and of course, I mean, it's definitely a better environment and market to allocate capital today than it's been, in a very, very long time, at least in the past decade. So I like consumer businesses. That's my core competency. And I like simple businesses.
How big is RC Ventures?
You're looking at RC Ventures team.
So why did you invest in GameStop?
I invested in GameStop because I thought it was cheap. I thought the intrinsic value of the business was worth more than the price that I paid. There was a tremendous amount of skepticism around GameStop.
Intrinsic value of GameStop more than he paid. So when he bought it, I think GME with the split now, it was single digits, I believe. I could pull it up, but some people say, "Oh no, he thinks it's so undervalued." He doesn't think it's undervalued anymore. I mean, of course, it's his company, so he might say something like that. But it was in this range. This is kind of RC's buy-in. So after split, we're in single digits, low single digits, $1-2. So yeah, it's held up very nicely as far as valuation.
And those are the things that I like. I like looking at things where no one is looking at them. Those are usually some of the best opportunities. And I'd say the opposite of that is IPOs, where the animal spirits are out and everyone's kind of standing in line trying to give them money. GameStop was on the opposite end of that. No one was interested in investing in GameStop at the time that I made the investment. It was hugely unpopular, and those are the things that attract my attention. I'm contrarian by nature, and so it was a pretty contrarian investment at the time.
That said, I should point out the company, the fundamentals of the company have changed dramatically since he bought in. Of course, one being him buying in was created a ton of bullish sentiment towards the company. So I'm not saying that it's the company at the same place it was here that is now. It has more value now, but I think even still, it probably was deeper value at this point than it is now.
Yeah, there are some contrarians online. What did you know about the enthusiasm from some retail investors over GameStop on digital communities like Wall Street Bets?
I learned about. I mean, I'd say I only really noticed it when I filed my 13D. I lost my 13D virginity in August of 2020, so I was a late bloomer, and that's when I noticed retail activity. And then when I filed subsequent amendments, I noticed it, but it was something that snowballed over time, and it was impossible to predict, frankly. So obviously, we know what happened. We know what happened afterwards in January, but I learned about it really when everyone else learned about it.
Yeah, last we spoke, you referred to the events of January 2021 as one of the most fascinating things that has happened in the history of financial markets, and it was life-changing for us retail investors. What was it like for you?
When I decided to join the board, personally, I made a long-term commitment to be at the company for an extended period of time, and so there was a lot of deliberations, or I'd say board drama, going on after I joined the board. That really had nothing to do with the volatility in the markets, and had everything to do just with the transformation and everything going on at the company. And so we changed the composition of the board. We got rid of the entire board. We got rid of all the professional directors. We changed up the entire management team. And so I was focused on making all of the changes at the company, and that consumed all of my time.
Do you think what happened then could ever happen again?
I don't know. I mean, that's hard to predict what's going to happen in financial markets. Anything can happen. Anything can happen.
When you think about the attention GameStop's received since then, how has that impacted the company's transformation?
It's great branding. I mean, there's no amount of money that can get.
Not much to mention there. I mean, he doesn't know, and even if he did think it definitely would, he couldn't say that. So yeah, that was basically the only response he could have, which was the right one.
Get the kind of branding that we got from GameStop. So it made the company world renowned. It brought a lot of attention to the company, and I think it was hugely beneficial for the brand.
Yeah, I remember when that happened. We made a post on GMEDD saying this is the great opportunity to rebrand all the stores across the globe to GameStop, because that was just free marketing, for everyone to know the GameStop name. And you did end up changing Canada over to GameStop. So founding a company poses a different set of challenges than transforming.
Yeah, that was a huge bullish thing for me, was not only the retail sentiment of stockholders, but just the whole story from the pinch in January, how much that just made this such a big deal around the world. Where, of course, some of you guys don't even have GameStops within 1,000 miles of you, and you're investors and can't wait to go to GameStop. So that has brand value more than most any company, I would say. And the only one I can compare it to that's close is really like a Tesla.
Your legacy business. How are Chewy and GameStop different or alike?
They're both contrarian, selling, there was all the comparisons with Chewy to Pets.com, and then GameStop to Blockbuster. It was harder to raise capital at Chewy. It was, every time we raised capital, we basically had one option. When we were hiring was very difficult. We were unknown quantity in Florida. I'd say at GameStop, we've been able to raise capital. We're fortunate that we were able to do 2 ATMs. It's been easier to hire, being in the public markets and having that level of visibility. But in terms of the actual business, the business is more challenged at GameStop. Even if you look at the cohorts and the customer retention at Chewy, selling consumables online, we had really sticky customers. And at GameStop, it's completely different. You don't have sticky customers. So we had a payback period and a certain lifetime value. Whereas at GameStop, you got to make back your money right away when you spend money on customer acquisition. So it's definitely a different dynamic. Having said that, though, if you look at GameStop and the brand and the store base and the strategic assets of the company, the size of the customer database, there's a lot of strategic and just the revenue base. Frankly, I mean, we needed to build that revenue base at Chewy. No one had ever heard of it. It was literally customer by customer. Whereas with GameStop, it's a known quantity already, and we've got a business and a foundation to build off of. But having said that, it's a foundation that was underinvested in for a very long time, and we've been working really hard to restore and rebuild that foundation.
So when George Shorman stepped down, there were a lot of speculation whether or not you would become CEO. You were CEO at Chewy. Why not at GameStop? Jim and Alan served as your CFO and COO, so we thought you were putting the Chewy team back together since they were placed on the GameStop board.
After Chewy almost killed me, so I didn't want to put myself in the same position in terms of just the level of sacrifice that's required to be the CEO. Having already done that is something that I didn't want to put myself in the same position. So I put myself in a position where I can be involved strategically, but not putting myself in a position where once I'm CEO with Chewy, and I guess this is just my work ethic and the way that I am. If I'm the CEO, I'll basically work myself to death, and I can't control myself. I'm an extremist, so I didn't want to put myself in the same position. I learned my lesson after Chewy, and I have to control myself. I'm my own worst enemy.
You've hired and fired a lot of people. GMEDD tracks these hires, and on Yahoo Finance, I held up a stack of over 400 resumes to show it. What do you look for in talent?
Will, a really strong work ethic. Someone who is very hungry, and so Will is embedded into you at a very young age. Skills you can acquire and you can learn. So I look for someone who's got a chip on their shoulder, someone who comes from a broken family, someone who was bullied as a kid, someone who's an immigrant and really has had to fight and is just incredibly hungry. Those are the kind of people that I like, and it's hard to find, and it's getting much harder to find. But those are the kind of people I'm attracted to.
Today, you've become a hero to retail investors, and the pundits like Jim Cramer can't get your name out of their mouths. What has it been like becoming such a public figure?
I think I'm the same when I was 7, 17, 27, 37 today. I haven't really changed. I'm still a kid, still pretty immature. I have a pretty strange, dark sense of humor, and I don't plan on changing. So, yeah.
What do you think of the mainstream media and the talking heads in the finance world?
I'd say there's some publications and there's some pieces that are great and accurate, and there's some that are whiffed together in a few hours and aren't diligenced very thoroughly. So at least now with the internet, there's a lot more competition for the mainstream media, and there's a lot more avenues to get your story out. GMEDD is a really good example of that. And so it's hard to speak in generalities.
So yeah, instead of going on CNBC and Bloomberg, you have a lot of fun on Twitter, and your tweets are often analyzed for a deeper meaning. I'm going to show you a few of your tweets, and I'd like you to explain what was going through your head when you tweeted it.
I took a short back here, by the way, once we broke that. So we're close to my entry right now, but I'm short here. We'll see. Probably do a stop limit. I think we could come down to this support here. Maybe VWAP.
So we're going to start with your ice cream cone tweet.
BBY is moving up also. Here, I wish Joe would have just put the pressure on Ryan. Not pressure, but just ask a question, just been quiet and let him answer, and just let him kind of sit in it. He kind of gives him lots of easy outs on these, which it's okay. But I think Ryan Cohen, he's holding out on a lot of these answers to these tweet questions. Probably because he can't answer them, straightforward, basically. But yeah, Joe's doing a good job. I'm sure he's super nervous. Like, this is a big deal. So
on February 24th, 2021, you tweeted a McDonald's soft serve cone. This was your first tweet on the board of GameStop. Can I take a stab actually at the meaning of this? I just want to see if I got it right.
Go for it.
Volition Capital's website says Chewy's first board meeting included a trip to McDonald's for soft serve. Is that
True.
right? True. So then what's the meaning of the frog?
So he says true to that question. He doesn't say any. He doesn't say his tweet was about that. So yeah, it shouldn't have been whatever.
$1.42. Well, this was before all the crazy inflation, but $1.42 for like 150 or 200 calorie ice cream, just like the best ice cream in town as far as I'm concerned. And I had McDonald's ice cream, so my tweets are just me being me, and it's a good deal for a great treat. So that's the meaning.
He's screwing
So
around.
here on April 20th,
Ryan Cohen totally screwing around on that answer.
We could pick
2021.
something else. He's preparing a drink.
For audio only viewers, it's a bear shaking a mixed drink. Nothing to say besides that's just a fun tweet.
No comment. No comment.
Okay. May 28th.
Yeah. So if you look at the timing on all these, it was it's pretty. Look at the Lions tweets up with a stock chart.
2021.
Oh,
Ryan Cohen, R.I.P. dumbass.
I mean, I told you I have a really dark sense of humor, and I can be very self-deprecating at times. So I figured that might end up being ultimately my tombstone. So I wanted to see what it would look like.
All right, what's next? Let's see.
Dude, he's just toying with him.
So June 3rd, 2021.
Still makes me laugh.
Sears being torn down. What's up with that?
Hey, that could be GameStop. That could be GameStop.
That's why you shared it with the skull emoji.
I think there's a lot of similarity. There's a lot of potential similarities.
He's not wrong. GameStop could still go bankrupt, as Sears did. But yeah, at this point, it's kind of he's not answering any of these. So
Can't stop, won't stop, and you're sitting on the toilet with a fax machine, or is that a phone, and a computer?
That's a very efficient setup, by the way, and I do my best work on the toilet. So that's not my actual toilet, but I thought it was a great idea.
Okay.
Got the full setup there: fax machine, computer.
October 26th, we have a sumo wrestler being pushed by a much smaller man. What's up with this one?
I mean, that kind of feels what it is. That's kind of what the sentiment sometimes feels like at GameStop.
Yeah, that was my interpretation as well. Thought you were taking on the big man.
Yeah. David versus Goliath.
Exactly. All right, what's next? MGGA, October 31st, 2021.
Well, you tell me.
I responded to this on the GMEDD account. Make GameStop great again. That was my prediction.
Sounds about right.
All right, love it. What's next?
What the heck? Sounds about right. Whatever.
Why waste money on college when Wikipedia is free? January 27th, 2022, with a link to a certain sex position on Wikipedia.
Well, I can't believe that image was on Wikipedia to begin with. And secondly, I can't believe the amount of money that people spend on college tuition when you can basically find everything. You can learn everything you need to learn online. So I believe that. I don't know why you'd end up racking all kinds of being in debt for the rest of your life when you can learn everything online yourself.
Fair enough.
And I thought the image on Wikipedia was slightly entertaining.
Yeah, I think you got in trouble with this one on Twitter. I think this was censored a lot of the time. When I tried to view the tweet, it'd be like,
Yeah, you censor. I don't.
I censored it on the preview here.
If it's on Wiki. Yeah, but it's on Wikipedia.
February 22nd.
So that tweet was one of the biggest reversals we've seen on GME after that tweet. It wasn't from that tweet, but his timing, he knew what was going on. Sex tweets.
2022, a pair of shorts.
What do you think?
It has to be about short selling.
I mean, I'm not a fan of short sellers. And
Why didn't you put an X?
I shared that sentiment before. I don't know. I'll give you my Twitter account, and then you can make the post.
You don't spend hours thinking about these, making sure it's at the exact certain time or anything like that.
No.
All right.
No.
You know what happens when I eat too much
That
food?
I maybe believe. All the 741 theories, I'm never. See, he's on Reddit, he sees what people are posting. Once you guys start rolling with something, he picks up on it and feeds into it. Got a sixth sense of humor. You got to think he's all. Some of it's legit. Some of it he's just messing with you. So 741, you guys start coming up with these theories, he's going to feed into it. And yeah, the 741 now he could be feeding into it, but yeah. I just closed my my long natural gas contract. Yeah, it kind of hit. It's like $150. We'll see. Just back up to. It's just kind of might be double topping here, so I'll wait to. Might go long again if it breaks out, but it's a good spot to just take some profit on it. Yeah, the interview is almost over. It's pretty funny, really. Yeah, he had to be careful how he answered, but I mean he's like just trolling. Yeah, I mean he's just trolling that, and that's why I even said in Discord today. I'm like, with his tweet today, he's trying to be cryptic and send some kind of cryptic message, or he's just completely trolling. That's my take on today's tweet.
April 4th, 2022.
What happens when you eat? First of all, I love fruit. I love fruit. But when you
I think Jimmy dumped after this, but I can't remember. That was what we were thinking because poop tweet, but
have too much fruit,
Mhm.
you got to be careful. You have to control yourself. So I ate too much fruit that night,
Is it not so bad though, because that's where you get your best work done, sitting on the toilet?
and it's healthy.
good one, Joe.
It's healthy.
That's fair. Arlington, Virginia. It's a photo of you in a GameStop store. May 12th, 2021.
I think that's pretty self-explanatory.
I think there was an article that came out that claimed you were ghost shopping. Is that what you do?
I mean, I'm always kind of, when I go into the stores, go shopping, checking out the place, seeing what the inventory.
You don't get recognized?
Yeah. More recently, it's harder to do.
Okay. Now, when I wrote about this on our website, I noted what was in your hand, and we spent a lot of time trying to figure out. We thought it was a scooter, an electric scooter.
Yes, it was not an electric scooter though, but it was a scooter. Just a non-electric scooter.
Do you do that a lot? Do you ride a normal scooter around?
No, it wasn't mine actually. It was my son's.
All right, that's fair. So we got that one right. These are the kind of things we look at.
Every detail matters.
Yeah, of course. People were looking at the way the games were set up on the rack. People thought maybe there was a message there.
Yeah.
Yep. You just said yep.
The games were set up on the rack. People thought maybe there was a message there.
Yeah.
There wasn't one, right? No message in the games?
No, there wasn't. No.
Wall Street charges law.
I didn't. No.
Lofty fees, doesn't risk its own money, consistently underperforms and wins regardless of how the economy does. Meanwhile, Main Street faces inflation and a growing wealth gap. What's the solution? This is a tweet of yours, June 27th, 2022.
Yeah, I think that's true, and I don't know what the solution is. I'm not I don't understand all these management fees and why people give their money to they've got the cocktail parties and stuff like that, and I understand there's a certain allure by going and investing in a certain fund, but whether it's mutual funds or private equity or venture capital, I mean a lot of these structures are set up where it's heads I win, tails you lose. Like they make money regardless of whether they outperform the S&P 500, and so I don't really understand that concept, and I think that anyone that's managing money, there shouldn't be ulterior motives, and so I'm not really a fan of management fees. I think it's misaligned with investors, and there's clearly also unprecedented inflation and a growing wealth gap, and it's complicated in terms of what the solution is because this has been going on for a long time.
I'm sick of seeing failed executives make millions in risk-free compensation while shareholders are left holding the bag. And then you're asked, so how do you change it? And you say directors should comprise of owners who bought shares with their own money.
Yeah, I think that's the simple and most effective solution. You've got a boardroom full of owners that are risking their own capital. You tend to think differently when it's very, very different when something is given to you as risk-free compensation, and regardless of how the business does, you end up making money versus you actually bought shares with your own money and you serve on a board. And so you spend a lot more time on the actual business and business risks and how the business is going to allocate capital as opposed to everything in the name of corporate governance and hiring compensation consultants and overpaying executives. People behave differently when they're risking their own capital. So
very passionate about that, which I think is awesome, and I totally agree with. You can tell the way he's speeding up his way he's talking and everything. He's which is good. That's what you want as a chairman.
That's what I think the solution is.
In April, you welcomed Elon Musk to the world of activism when he took note of the Twitter board owning almost no shares of the company. How do you feel about that?
I think that's par for the course. I mean, that's most public companies. It's like I think it's less than 10% of CEOs ever even buy shares in the open market. So I mean, there's very few insider transactions. You've got directors and executives that are serving on boards and they're very well to do. And I always wonder, what are they doing with their money? Like they're working at the company, they're serving on the board of the company, but then they put their money into something else. And that doesn't make very much sense to me. But again, that's the way things are right now. That's the way things have always been. That's corporate America, and it's frustrating.
You've stated that you think your Twitter is being suppressed. Do you think that changes under Musk's leadership?
I hope so. I think he's aware of the issues, and again, I mean that's just my theory, and I don't know why, and I don't know for sure whether it actually is or not. But I'm sure there's going to be a lot of changes now at Twitter. When you go from having a bunch of professional directors and just all the bureaucracy that comes with being a public, and most public companies have a tremendous amount of bureaucracy versus being a private company. I mean, you can be much more nimble and make changes a lot more efficiently.
I don't know if I should try and say this one in reverse, but it's November 14th, 2021. Our decoding was that it was, I have a small wee wee written backwards.
I think that's pretty funny.
Is it true?
I don't know. It depends who you ask.
I think that's pretty funny.
It's subjective. Okay.
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
General Zhao's chicken is the official spelling, May 3rd, 2022.
I didn't think it was actually spelled like that. I was actually very surprised when I discovered that that's how General Zhao is actually spelled.
And so you tweeted it?
My Twitter is full of all kinds of words of wisdom, as you can tell. I actually went from
So
having a
I
bunch
thought,
of high-priced consultants managing my Twitter to managing it myself. All the other tweets were
so
all the other tweets up until now were high-priced consultants. I thought some of their content was incredibly inappropriate, so I let them go. I'm like, where are they coming? I'm like, where are they coming up with this stuff? I have a small wee wee backwards.
Where are
Come
they
on,
coming up
do
so with,
better.
with this, I
than
thought
that.
maybe you like
So,
won an argument with somebody and you were like boasting about it. Like you argued with someone how to spell it, and then like you were right, so you wanted to tweet about it and show it to him. That wasn't it. You just found out how to spell it.
no, it was just one of those things where it was just this epiphany, and I was just like, wow, I can't believe.
So we still don't really know the meaning for this. I guess tokenized stock offering, I think, is the general consensus, but not sure what this meant.
It's spelled
All
like
right.
that.
Fair markets are free markets. May 12th, 2022.
I think that's pretty self-explanatory.
Good use of taxpayer money is the government cracking down on hedge fund short sellers. May 15th, 2022.
Well, I think it's interesting that if you're long, you have to disclose those positions, but if you're short, you don't have to. And so, I think that it should be the same rules that applies to short sellers as
100%.
people that have, that are long certain positions. And yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think ultimately that's probably what's going to happen. But there's not really much of a difference between being long or short a position, but the disclosure requirements are completely different.
Nobody sane can defend today's compensation for the corporate power brokers, most of which is risk-free. How did we get here? June 21st, 2022.
I think we got here when we started loading up professional directors in corporate America, and they started being responsible for shareholder money without risking their own. And going and hiring compensation consultants and surrounding themselves with expensive lawyers and other consultants, and they don't care about the money. So they're going and they're overpaying for talent. They're overpaying ultimately for everything because it's not their money. What do they give crap? So that's how we got here. Is you've got a bunch of professional directors serving on boards of most of these public companies, and ultimately I think the solution is you got people in the boardroom that are risking their own capital, and then they're going to act a lot more sensibly. But that's not the direction that we seem to be heading in. We seem to be heading in the opposite direction, and I think that I think that directors and officers should, if they're responsible for shareholder money, they should be risking their own money, and they should be buying shares with their own money. And you don't see enough of that. You see very little of that. So I don't like it. I don't like it one bit.
In general, when an executive gets paid millions of dollars and leaves a company in shambles, they should be forced to return the money. July 5th, 2022.
Yeah, I grew up. I saw my father wake up at 4:30 in the morning, go jogging. He was at the office by 6. He opened the door for his employees. He left at 6. He never took a sick day, go to work even when he had 102 fever or food poisoning. And so he worked his butt off, and there was no free lunch in life. If the business did well, he made money. If it didn't, then he had some years where he lost money. In corporate America, somehow, you've got these executives that are making millions of dollars or tens of millions of dollars. They can drive the business to the ground, and most of their compensation is risk-free. And they don't work very hard, frankly, either. I mean, they're going and they're basically preparing PowerPoint presentations and doing conference calls. And so corporate America is littered with risk-free compensation and overpaid executives. And it's deeply, deeply disturbing to see what's going on and the level of wealth inequality in this country. So, building Chewy, I was risking my own capital. I didn't take a salary for a very long time, and the salary that I took was really, really, really small. It wasn't millions or tens of millions of dollars. So, as an entrepreneur, as someone who grew up seeing a level of work ethic that's that's really unmatched, I don't understand what's going on in corporate America. It's a whole other world. It's like Looney Tunes, some kind of fantasy land or sick dream or whatever. But it doesn't make any sense to me. You can lose a lot of money and still make a lot of money. You can lose shareholder money and still make a lot of money, and it happens all the time.
April 13th, 2022. Ryan Cohen by day, Warren Icahn by night. And then also recently you shared a photo with Carl Icahn.
I think there's a lot to learn from Carl. I mean, he is the OG activist, and he's been doing it for a heck of a long time. And so, when it comes to investing, I learned a lot from my father. I pretty much learned everything from my father. He was the one who introduced me to investing. And then I kind of have a hybrid approach. I'm, willing to go activist and I'm ready to go activist if the opportunity is right. But if I can sit on my hands and invest in a great business with a competent management team, the way that Warren Buffett does it, and let your capital compound for you, then
Yep.
I'm pretty agnostic in terms of what the approach is, whether it's activism or passive investing. And so anyway, that was just me, being me.
Can you share why you met with Carl?
I don't want to get into the details of the conversation.
Politics.
And now this story comes out about Carl Icahn's huge short position with sources that I haven't been able to track down yet, but I don't know if there's any sources for it, legitimate. I don't know if they're trying to set up this news now for when Jimmy runs, then they can say, oh, Icahn closed his short position, and so that's why the stock is rallying. I don't know the meaning behind all of it. I don't know if it was to cover up that GameStop's NFT marketplace just got an iOS app released. I'm not sure, but seems a little fishy.
Politics is the gentle art of getting votes from the poor and campaign funds from the rich by promising to protect each from the other. The hell with the left and the right. Stop dividing the people.
You want to know my comments to this? I mean, I think that's what's happening. It's become very popular in politics on both sides of the aisle to divide the people. And, I think that the job of a politician, a good politician, and I'm not a fan of politicians, all politicians, but I think the job of an elected official is to bring the country together. And that doesn't seem to be happening. It's become very popular to divide everyone. So, I'm not a fan of the left and I'm not a fan of the right. I don't like it.
Do you consider yourself a libertarian?
Yeah. Generally speaking, the larger and more powerful the government is, the less freedom people have. And so I'm in favor of the people having more freedom. I think that the greatest advances in society come from the private markets. And, I think that ultimately is capitalism. And if you look at the level of innovation in this country, from the likes of the technology companies as an example, I mean, that's an American phenomenon. And so I think in general, I'm in favor of, more freedom for people.
This is actually the last tweet we'll be talking about. So thanks for being such a good sport. Moving on. For a long time, e-commerce was said to kill off retail stores. Now e-commerce giants like Amazon are getting into brick and mortar stores. What are your thoughts on the future of brick and mortar?
I think if you look at e-commerce penetration as a percent of retail, it's still underpenetrated. And I think that just generally, I'd rather be an e-commerce company than a brick and mortar retailer. So
are you a gamer or did you game as a kid?
I gamed as a kid. Lots of Call of Duty, all the EA Sports games. Well, hockey and baseball.
I was just going to ask you what you played, so it's good to know. I was a Call of Duty kid myself. I'd like to talk some more about investing in the current economy, which is much different than the start of the year. How has your investment outlook and management philosophy changed as the world exits the zero interest rate policy regime?
Interest rates, higher interest rates are a game changer. And so it changes everything. It's changed how we allocate capital at GameStop. And that's not just GameStop specific. It's every single business. I mean, it's as simple as before you had 0% interest rates. And so there really was no discount rates. And the difference between long-term cash flows and short-term cash flows, really, there wasn't much of a difference. Now you have a real discount rate. You've got the 10-year treasury north of 4%. And so the value of short-term cash flows is much greater than long-term cash flows. And as a result, there's, at GameStop, we're targeting higher returns and we're focused much more on short-term profitability as a result. And so, we're cutting expenses aggressively and we're going to continue to cut expenses aggressively and have much more of an emphasis on short-term profitability. And so it's pretty simple. Interest rates are like gravity and, you've got.
This is really good because in prior earnings calls, and they've really just been talking about long-term profitability, all long-term, and now with interest rates changing, they've shifted their outlook and trying to cut costs and get more short-term profits flowing. So that's good that they're shifting in that direction.
At a higher hurdle rate and effectively a much higher discount rate, and so it's a focus on profitability.
To what extent do you think Chewy benefited from zero interest rates?
It did. I mean, we raised $350 million, and we would have taken a similar approach. We targeted a certain lifetime value and payback period at Chewy, and that was under a 0% interest rate environment. And so we would have been, our marketing spend was efficient, but we would have been even more selective in terms of how many customers we acquired and targeting a shorter payback period and, higher returns on invested capital ultimately. And that likely would have translated into lower revenue growth. But ultimately, you allocate capital differently when interest rates are higher. You're targeting higher returns.
So how has becoming chairman of GameStop changed your views on capital markets?
I mean, it's given me firsthand experience in terms of just the public markets per se. But there's more red tape and bureaucracy to work through as a public company than a private company. But at the end of the day, whether I'm serving on a board or whether I'm an actual executive or whether I'm investing in a business, I mean, it's capital allocation and. More involved, you're more involved as an executive as opposed to, there's not much of a decision you can make other than buying and selling versus being a passive investor. But ultimately, it's all just capital allocation.
You disclosed a 9.8% stake in Bed Bath & Beyond in March of this year and urged the board to adjust the company's strategy. In August, you sold that position. Why?
I have a standstill with the company, so I have to be careful what I say.
So he might have a standstill just from his prior agreement with BBBY. I don't think this is a new one necessarily, and that could be expiring soon since he has now sold his position. But yeah.
I'll speak more in generalities. My views of the business clearly changed, and I was highly critical of the strategy and the strategy in the letter that I put out. In general, it's rare to see a company go from aggressively repurchasing shares to losing a lot of money. And so when I saw that and I saw the results, my views changed of the business, and ultimately I sold.
You've shared before that everything you know, you learned by following in the footsteps of your father, Ted Cohen. What would you say to him if he was still with us?
A lot. I spoke to my father a few hours a day, so I don't even know where I would start. He would get a kick out of watching everything that's going on. So what would I say to him? What would I say to him about what? We'd have a lot to talk about. It'd be a very, very long discussion, and I really wouldn't know where to start.
You have a very strong fan base. What final remarks would you like to leave them with?
I have a very similar sense of humor, and so I get a kick out of seeing some of the content that gets posted online. It's good. It's very, 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 very good. And some of the content that gets posted online, it's a lot of work goes into it, and it's hilarious. So it's right up my alley in terms of that kind of sense of humor. The more provocative, the better. I told you I got a really dark sense of humor, and so after if it's a long, stressful day, there's nothing better than seeing some of the content that gets posted online. The memes, me being a cross-dresser.
Yeah.
In some of those, I look pretty good in some of those. I like and retweet a few of those. So I don't even recognize myself. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, I'd say you really do show a lot of attention to the face swaps. People put your face on a beautiful woman.
You've noticed.
I have noticed.
You've noticed. No, I look good. I look good. And I'm trying to be humble.
Yeah.
But like some of them are good. So I need to give them a double take. But it's right up my alley.
All right, Ryan, it's been an honor to speak with you. Thank you for your time. We hope to hear from you again soon. Cheers.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the work that you do for the company. It's it's an honor to be here.
Oh, there's an alarm. So, yeah, you wanted his first interview, at least me. I'm like, oh, I want his first interview back to be this big, elaborate thing where he's saying, oh, yeah, this meant that. You can go watch the video for my end it off. I took a short here on that break. Or no, sorry, it was here. That break. Held through that. And actually, I just closed it here at VWAP. So, we'll see. It was nice. It was like 400, I think. Yeah, a little 400 profit. And yeah, I'll exit here, see what happens. Market's moving slow. But it's nice if there's in some kind of range and you can kind of see it. I don't like chasing. I don't like doing breakouts. Because I usually get burned on them. So, but then Friday and today, the breakout play would have been good on both of them. So that's why I did and actually end up taking it today, and potentially going back long here for exposure just to the after hours move because I think might keep gapping up. So maybe going long at VWAP here. I don't know. We'll see what it does. I might dance around here for a bit. But yeah, that was the interview with RC. One thing that was he talked about BBBY and how he saw they allocated their money and how they bought back shares when they shouldn't have, and then all of that. The thing that's weird is that he knew that. I mean, he knew all that when he bought in, so that's why that didn't really apply, I don't think. Him saying, "Oh, I saw how they did their capital, and so I didn't like that, and I got out." Because I don't, on BBY, I don't know what changed. I don't think any. Whoa, a lot of B's there. I don't think anything changed there from when he bought in. He bought in here, and then did they buy back shares in this area? I don't think they bought back any shares after he had bought in. I don't know what he specifically was talking about that they did that he didn't like from this point, March, until he sold here. I mean, that the share price dropped, which he doesn't like, but as a company, I don't know of anything different that they did.
Still having a good day, second consecutive rally that we've seen for equities. What are you looking at here? Yeah, Tom, off the highs as you mentioned, but today adding
Got a little bit more food here.
Follow through into
Yeah, just see what happens at VWAP here. VY staying strong though. This hoping it has a continuation. GME too. It's below VWAP, but yeah, not bad.
And the Dow Jones Industrial Average here just shy of 34,000. I saw a top out around 33,935. This has all four of the majors back.
Natural gas. I think I had a good exit on that because it's just been chopping around up there. The resistance.
Still the only one of the four majors that's holding
See what this thing does.
200-day moving average, but yeah, this isn't just follow through from Friday. The
Something going on there
saw, which really
with BVY.
You've got the
RC does know the score.
it's not just that either, right?
Yeah, I know. That's in the interview. He didn't. I mean, that was probably tough for him to answer that question because of all. I'm sure he's felt a lot of pressure and scrutiny from selling BVY. So it's probably not one of the questions he really cared to answer. But his answer wasn't. It wasn't an answer. I mean, that didn't even make sense because he acted like after he bought in, then they were buying back shares, and he didn't like that, so he pulled out. But I don't think that happened after. I think that other buybacks were before, and they were happening before, and he didn't like it, so why did he buy in then? I don't know. Weird.
Yeah, both doing well today. Also, you know, Tom, when you see the indices rallying back like that, you'd expect to see the dollar lower, and then when you got the dollar lower, ultimately, well, this is what you get in terms of gold. Today we saw it, and you know, this is just part of the move that we saw again up to, what was it, 1886.40 we topped out. But I say this is just part of the move to the upside here, up by about 0.25%. Last week, a big move up as well, as we've really gained momentum off the September, the October, the November triple bottom. We saw down around 16.18. As mentioned here today, back to well, begin the week here. We're talking back to levels that we haven't seen since well, basically May, June. So last year I did notice that gold topped out around 2078 and then traded down to that low that I just mentioned a minute ago, around 1618. So at 1875 we're kind of right back in the middle of the range that we established last year, and that makes, I'm sorry, at 1875 right back in the middle of the range we established last year, and that makes a lot of sense because, Tom, we had last year's dollar range 94 to 115. The dollar recently back down to 104, so right in the middle of that range as well. And then lastly, with the dollar lower today, indices selling off, gold higher, you also have crude higher. This is tied to that China reopening trade, also that dollar weakness, but crude nowhere near the middle of the range. There it is that we established last year. So again, if we were to get crude back to the middle of the range that we established last year, much like gold is, we'd be talking $100. So crude possibly a bit overdone to the downside, something to keep an eye on, especially if this dollar weakness continues and that China reopening trade develops.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the key as far as on the demand side is China and the reopen and the demand expectations there. All right, thanks to Ben Lichtenstein, Senior Futures Contributor here on the network. All right, Kev, we're going to move on to our next stock here, DoorDash. You know, this Piper Sandler analyst that downgraded DoorDash, he paired it with an upgrade of Uber, saying that, you know, maybe people aren't going to buy new cars, they'll keep doing the ride sharing and ride hailing, but that doesn't positively affect DoorDash at this point. They've got 56, in 2022, they had 56% of the food delivery. I just don't use it anymore.
Here's my question. Unless this was a typo, the Piper Sandler analyst lowered his price target from 227 to 40.
I saw that.
Did you forget about this one? Did you lose? What happened there?
Yeah.
227 to 40.
Maybe he hadn't come out with a note for a year or something.
How long? So anyway, this is a name that is heavily relied on discretionary spending.
Yeah.
And they lose money, Tom. They've lost $881 million in the last 12 months, 269 the last quarter. That's their biggest loss yet. But here's the thing, in the positive side, I just don't want to be negative. They've got $3.8 billion in cash.
Yeah.
So they can wait, you know, they can keep fighting the fight. But they don't make money. Still, they don't make money, Tom. So I don't know what else they can do. They dominate delivery. They're 59% of delivery in the U.S., but they don't make money, Tom.
Yeah, and that's a concern in this type of environment.
Right.
With you know, rates where they are, businesses starting to lay off people, they might have to do some of that. But you notice you named that Piper Sandler analyst put it down to $40. Jefferies came out with a note also today and put the price target down to 37 on that one too. They don't expect any growth. So I looked at an option strategy here, Kevin, that's going to take advantage of maybe a reversal and grind lower on DoorDash. Based on that, with the stock up over 1% on a downgrade, pretty surprising there. But based on those analyst calls at $40 and $37, so looked at a put condor to the downside, Kev. We're going out to the February 3rd weekly cycle. I want to avoid earnings on this one, and those take place later in February. So I went out to the February 3rd weekly series, 3.5 weeks till expiration. Buy the 50 put one time. Sell the 46 put one time, sell the 42 put one time, and then wrap it all up by buying the 41 put. So in essence, you're buying a $4 wide put vertical, selling a $1 wide. You're paying roughly about $1.65 debit. There's your risk, $165 per spread, with the apex of profitability being between those two short strikes of 46 and 42, which is a few dollars below the current share price in here. Break even about 48.35 to the downside. This is an unbalanced put condor to the downside here, Kevin, where you've only got one break even on this one. Your thoughts on this example?
Something in the butterfly family, really. Yeah. It's just that the middle strikes are two different ones, right? Mm-hmm. You've got the 50-46 put vertical, that's $4. Short the 42-41 put vertical, that's $1. Mm-hmm. That gives you that plateau there above the positive. This is a bullish trade, though. Make sure you understand that. It's basically flat theta. It's collecting just a couple pennies, but it's certainly a bearish play here, short about 15.5 deltas.
Yeah, and you mentioned that one break even, about 48.35. You need it to grind there down below there. But even if it does go below.
Yeah, no worries, Ace. Yeah, he's too busy to do it. Yeah, I mean, a lot of his answers were kind of fluff, or yeah, or he was just messing around or trolling, like the tweet responses. So in that sense, the interview, I was a little let down. I was like, after all, I guess we've been through with it and how long we've waited and all this, it was a bit like meeting your hero in a sense. Just because, I guess, but there's not this. The thing is there's not much else you could probably even say. So, yeah, it's a lose-lose, I guess, either way. But it was good to hear, and kind of learn a little bit about how he is, how he thinks, and that can help us interpret his tweets and his vision on the company too. Even, I mean, yeah. And after he said that, the next earnings, Furlong talked about, well, first of all, cash flow positive, which was crazy. So he turned it around quick for short-term profits, or focusing on that just because of interest rates, and then talking about mergers and acquisitions. So they turn around their earnings to reflect the macroeconomics quickly, and in the same way that he said, which I think was good. Yeah, maybe at some point we'll get some real juice out of him, but that wasn't the interview for that. So SPY bounced off you up there, pretty slow. Maybe take a long, but we'll see where if it kind of bounces around here. I don't know if it's going to make new highs today. We've got Euro closed, so it's just the U.S. markets that are open. 3 hours left, so I would like a long position somewhere with hopefully a little bit of headroom, so it doesn't get closed out after hours from a stop. But just got to figure out a good entry. Natural gas is still kind of right there up at that resistance where I closed, and BBY holding up pretty nice. VWAP buy would have been pretty good, actually. Yeah, hourly is looking bullish. It's still overbought on the RSI on the hourly. But we're all just in breakout territory, so probably not over. Gotta figure out when to put some capital into cash secured puts on GME. That's scary. Scary right here. If we start to get volume and rips, looks like it's at a bottom. I'll probably go back into shares to swing with some of it, and then I probably should do short puts with some of it, because I just want to be kind of safe. Yeah. Back here, this move right here kind of messed me up. So I went into shares for this rally, but I didn't sell them. I just held them, and then I didn't sell them till down here. So, pretty ugly loss. But we have more room for upside now. Let's see if it's a move like this. If you go from the bottom, 91%. That's the thing with this next run. Is it going to be larger percent than what we've had? If not, it's just put us back up to where we were. 91 will put us at $30. And a lower high. Double doji on there. Bounce might be over for SPY. Maybe back down. Our young investors
all four
are
major indices closing in the green.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Building on the strength of Friday here to kick off our first full week of the year, but also starting things off here with a little bit of green. So different tone than we started last week. We'll see if they can continue with some momentum here. New yearly highs, or year-to-date highs.
Year-to-date highs. And we do have big bank earnings kicking off on Fridays, so a lot to look forward to this week, although Friday does feel like light years away at this point. But of course, on the show, we have a ton of individual movers to get through. We'll start things off with our upvote and downvote segment, then we'll chart and trade those upvotes. Our FOMO name is unfortunately Lululemon today to the downside, reacting to a profit warning regarding the holiday quarter. And then we'll discuss KeyBank upgrading Visa and MasterCard on both of the company's growth runways. And last but not least, our under 30 name today is Zillow Group, jumping on the day after an upgrade on the expected return of housing growth, according to one analyst.
Yeah, Lulu, after what seemingly has been just quarter after quarter of strong performance, a little bit of disappointment, showing that there is a chance that even the mighty Lulu can once again potentially fall here. Obviously not the strongest start to the week for Lulu. We'll talk about that more as the show rolls on. Looking forward to the Zillow conversation as well. But let's kick things off here, as always, with the upvote and downvote segment. Not endorsements, not recommendations. First one on the list, I believe, Jenny, is Uber.
actually is engulfing this
Uber
green
having
candle.
a nice day to kick off the week after Piper Sandler did upgrade the stock to overweight from neutral, while also raising its price target to $33 a share from $31. And the analyst recommends actually pairing Uber against DoorDash, which he is downgrading on the other hand from neutral to underweight. He believes the ride-hailing business will remain more lucrative than delivery, and said that vehicle prices with nearing all-time highs, which a quick reversion on historical pricing at this point seems unlikely. As a result, he thinks cash-strapped consumers will increasingly opt to hail rides instead of trying to replace their old cars, or perhaps then in turn purchasing new cars. As we both are carless, it does at this point seem much more cost efficient to just occasionally Uber than to outright own a car.
Yeah, no doubt. But unfortunately, if you don't have that car, sometimes you find yourself more than occasionally Ubering, and that can be quite expensive as it adds up, especially if you get the food delivery as well. But, Jenny, I think that just the fact that we had that conversation referring to ride hailing as Ubering, I think tells you all you need to know about Uber and its dominance within this space in terms of market share. Going to say upvote for Uber. Excited to talk this one more for the first time of the year. We'll get a look at the technicals as well with Rick.
And now our next name today is Alibaba. Alibaba having a nice day alongside a lot of these Chinese ADRs. On news, actually, that co-founder Jack Ma has given up control of Chinese.
What are you guys talking about on
companies.
Discord? He deleted his bio, so you guys are going on about him not being chairman anymore. Resigning? I don't think so.
Shareholders instead of Jack Ma being solely at the helm. But this perceived as good news for Alibaba today. Shares up over 3 or just shy of 4% at this point. Plus, a Goldman Sachs analyst did add buy-rated Alibaba to his firm's conviction list and raise his price target on the company to $138 a share from $133. The analyst believes the worst is behind for Alibaba after 2 years of downward earnings revisions, with the largest room for valuation multiple repair among the mega cap stocks. He thinks top line growth will resume through 2022 through 2025 earnings as we see a return to mid-teens growth.
Fed Dally that absolutely expect U.S. economy to continue slowing. This was like 30 minutes ago. In Q1, expect the labor market to continue to slow, inflation to come down. Fed is data dependent. Biggest risk is that inflation expectations would drift up. Fed shouldn't declare victory based on 1 month of data. It's too soon to declare victory in stop rate hikes. I don't think the market was reacting to that when he was talking necessarily. I'm not going to wall off a 50 basis point rate hike is not likely. Haven't even seen CPI data. Bostic says inflation is too high and Fed is focused on lowering it. Just kidding, I have no idea what he sounds like. Earthquakes in Indonesia. See inflation in the low 3% range later this year. Whoa. Expecting it to come to the low 3s later this year? Suppose that seems pretty low. But now to get back to where we were before all the inflation from printing money, how low does it have to go for how long? Because it's already baked in. All right, I might take a short here on this drop of VWAP. Let's see. Yeah. Yep, starting to flush a little bit. Probably not a great entry, but yeah. Move back down to this level maybe. Really need to put a level in here. Maybe an awful entry. I was kind of expecting VWAP to hold today, but Jimmy broke that support. I bought into the flush. Or sold into the flush, rather. Okay. Base case for 2023, Bostic says, is GDP growth of 1%, no recession. Okay. That's pretty bullish. See, yes, actually. Yeah, sometimes a SPY saying, yeah, you know what this might be, is it the future's bouncing on VWAP. That's the thing, the ES VWAP is down here. I forgot. That's actually where I originally had my close on my short, was right here. What was it? 3951, I think. But VWAP on SPY is higher, so it could be false though. It could be, oh, it's a break of VWAP, but futures haven't. So that is something to consider. So I might try and get out of my position because it's not really a break since it didn't break in the futures. And I think sometimes Weeble's VWAP is like off a little bit. Weird. I put an order for just over profit to basically cover my costs of getting in and out of the trade, and like $10 maybe. But when I look at SPY, it's like, oh, it's broken VWAP, just gonna flush. 951. I'll just look at the futures chart for now. See what's going on here. Still not at VWAP on ES. Got close there. Canceled my order. Close. Okay, it's basically touching VWAP. Might close it here. Let's see. Yeah, I'll close it here. Oh. Yeah, see, it bounced on the... Yeah, okay, I close it for a little profit. I'll show you. So yeah, here's the ES chart. Stop it. Stop. See, it bounced right on VWAP. So on SPY, it's like, oh, what's going on? Why is it bouncing here? So that's why sometimes I think it's more, the futures are more directing it. Still have a little bit lower level on right here, but it might not make it there. Jimmy's bouncing, everything's bouncing. Arthi. So might look for a long entry. Something that I can hold overnight. Might be a little early though. We got a big engulfing candle, or just an engulfing candle somewhere. I might take it to the long side, or maybe a big doji. These people don't even have cars. They're just gonna get lit after work. At work.
Alex, walk us through then an example trade that leans more bullish, given some of the overall optimism in this name.
Yeah, I leaned into this one for the illustration. Jenny just simply highlighting the price target that was mentioned by the analyst at Piper Sandler, and what they focus on was 33. Well, if you went into the February expiration in Uber, you'll notice that there's $2.50 wide strikes. So 32.5 was the closest level to that mark, and that was the kind of crux of where we were going to shoot for this particular options trade illustration. And so going to Uber, February, buying the call vertical, buying the first strike in the money, which is the 27.5, selling that 32.5 to define the profitability, reduce that overall risk, and bring down that debit spent. And so if we were able to do this for a $2 debit, we would simply add that $2 to the 27.50 call that is being purchased. That brings a break even theoretically at expiration of 29.50. and $200 in total risk. $200, of course, from that $2 debit as the options spread is priced. This can expand to as much as $300 if this is fully in the money and these offset each other through the assignment and exercise process. That'd be most likely to occur if we were up near that 33 mark or anything where the 32.5 strike was also in the money. But that doesn't account for transaction fees associated with the trade. 2 to 3 risk reward ratio here shows that it is a little bit more speculative in its direction. Break even slightly higher than where we're currently trading. So this is a bullish trade looking for upwards movement, and it needs upward movement even to break even.
Right, and a pretty straightforward trade here, as we can see max loss, max profit, both defined in terms of risk here. And now our next name, a name that's right around now intraday highs at around 78.43 a share. That's PayPal. So Rick, when looking at this chart, this is a name that has more of a slow burn, steady lower throughout 2022, as the payment and fintech space was one of broad disappointment, but one that obviously saw strength during the pandemic. So now I think everyone's sort of looking for PayPal and Block to have a recovery here. That doesn't necessarily seem to be the case, though, according to this analyst today.
No, and it's been a pretty devastating move downward. I chose to focus on only the past 9 months because the previous data
throws short. It might just be might just move back down to the support right there. Pretty short range. Tight range. The spread on nat gas is hard to get in and out of without too much slippage.
Channel for much of this the past 6 months or so, and we can see that we rallied up from these lows right here about 17%. We took out our yellow 21-day exponential moving average. We're moving above our orange 63-day exponential moving average today, and we're closing in on that 80 price target change that was dropped from 100. Now, I didn't see a ton of technical reasoning for this level here, other than that it was close to the top of this channel near that 80 level, not really a lot of clear technical basis for this one, but that was all I saw for why they may have chosen that 80 level. So the moving average that we follow here, our shorter term yellow 21-day EMA, is turning upward from a downtrend, so that could be an early sign that the trend is starting to improve and change to the upside here. And remember, take it with a grain of salt. The shortest term moving average, our 21-day EMA, is the most responsive to changes in price, but it's also the one that will switch back and forth the fastest. It's the least reliable. Vice versa for our purple 252-day EMA up here. It's the most significant, but it's the one that'll change the slowest. It's like a battleship turning. It's not going to turn on a dime here. And it also speaks to how far this price has fallen, given that our 252 EMA is up near 107 almost, significantly above even the old price target that the analyst had suggested looking at this report. RSI above the 50 midline here. Momentum is back in the hands of the bulls. And we can see in terms of support and resistance, this 81 level up here, that's the point of our downward sloping trend line. That would be the point we'd need to break above to have a real shot at changing this trend. To the downside, look for our 21-day exponential moving average near the 64 level.
Right,
Or, excuse me, 74.
And obviously, interesting that you say that we really can't even look at the longer-term chart in this name anymore, given the recent price action. We almost have to reevaluate sort of what Alex and I were saying in the last segment, that you almost have to just, a negative expectation for this stock isn't necessarily bearish, just resetting based on its recent evaluation. But appreciate all of your technical insights. As always, Rick Ducat, our chart master for the day, as always. And so, Alex, from trading this name, we could take this negative stance, although I want to point out the fair value estimate of $80 is still implying upside from current levels here, so maybe taking on a more neutral stance for our example trade today.
Yeah, if we just highlight what the KeyBank analyst was looking for, they moved to a sector weight, which in my mind is another way of saying neutral. It's not going to do better or worse than its peers. It's just going to do the same. The price target of $80 is essentially where it's currently trading. So if we just highlight those two things, is sort of neutral indication. And then we looked at, okay, let's look at our strategy playbook and start thinking about, what strategies are neutral. One of the first strategies that many may learn is just simply selling a straddle. And while many may not be comfortable with that, as that would, of course, imply undefined risk, as it would have a short call, which, of course, has unlimited risk, they may look to selling the straddle and then defining the risk by buying
futures VWAP.
out of the money strikes to basically butterfly or turn it into an iron condor. And so we're looking at selling an iron butterfly. It consists of selling the straddle and then buying wings so that it is not undefined risk. And so it can be referred to as either selling an iron condor, or I like to refer to it as selling an iron butterfly, simply because those two short strikes intersect at one point, much like you'll see in other butterfly-like trades. And so we start with selling that 80 straddle. That's where we want this stock to go. The best case scenario when you're selling a straddle is for those options to essentially expire worthless or get as close to it as they can. The most likely way that's going to happen is if it's right at that strike. So we know by selling those 80 strikes, both on the call and the put side, we want this to move towards 80 and we want it to stay there. But because we don't want to be undefined in risk for this illustration, we buy the $5 wide wings. But you can see it's still a $4 credit, even with those $5 wide wings. So that means there's $100 in risk if it moves below 75 or above 85. And then
Tilray may move into fruit beer as cannabis legalization stalls. Fruit beer? Or fruit and beer? Bullish.
Credit that would potentially be in play. One really important note when looking at this style strategy, though, Jenny, is more than likely, as it would have to be perfectly at $80 for it to be anything else, at least one of these options is going to be in the money. And so if you were going to hold this all the way through expiration, this position could change drastically. Oftentimes, this is a style of strategy that is put on prior to an expiration and ultimately taken off prior to an expiration
Looks like it's
if the secondary market existed and permitted for that to happen. So usually a sell to open
might just be consolidating before another rally because momentum's there to the upside. But I'll just hang on that. The strategy with the covered calls on it didn't really work quite like I'd like. Wouldn't fill for that higher strike. I did end up getting 2 filled, but there's not enough activity. The spread's too wide. Up, on the other hand, volume's decreasing, which isn't a great sign. And there's that VWAP chop. Usually it doesn't just come down, straight up bounce and just go up. Get this undecided direction around VWAP. Well, actually on the futures it's pretty decided to the upside, but not on SPY. I'm surprised Bitcoin's not up more with all the crypto stocks rallying. Yeah, kind of rejecting that level. Part of more value than see if we can see any gems on the longer time frames here. Kind of at a weird spot for the SPY to reverse. No, I guess it was kind of yeah, it was kind of above those lines back here, that resist or that support back here. Why is there not a gap here? Did Weeble add a wick again? I've caught Weeble adding wicks before. 388, 32. Oh, it still has it. I don't know if we'll be filling that gap today, though. That's pretty far down there. We'll see, though. It's coming down. If the futures break VWAP, I'll probably go short again. But yeah, VWAP is basically the bottom of this wick on SPY. I almost took a short up here on that gas, but decided not to because it might just, it really could just range down to here and be setting up for, you know, more bullishness, kind of a bull flag. Okay, let me see some speculation here. A paying customer, I expect to get what I paid for. Naked the shorts are, of course. There's not a whole lot of good deciphering of this yet. I think I like what we came up with on Discord better than Reddit so far, at least that post. That gas coming back down. Market is crawling.
Which it is. It has since recovered some of its earlier losses. But the good news, perhaps, is for consumers, because actually, on average, the average discount in November was 4.7 percentage points higher than it was a year ago, meaning that more of your clothes are actually more steeply discounted. And then 41% of Lululemon items are now on sale, which is a 10 percentage point increase. This is pretty much unheard of for the company. This company notoriously does not offer traditional sales. They don't really participate in, say, like Black Friday and all those different sort of shopping related holidays. They have a section of their offerings that is called "We Made Too Much," but to me, that has always been like the fake discount. But now they are more heavily discounting, and to fact check, I did go deeply on Lululemon.com, and you could see actually that right now costs are less and more things are heavily discounted to do.
retesting VWAP on the futures. If it does break that VWAP, yeah, could be a move. At least down to here, which is pretty small, but maybe down to this 390 or further. Yeah, CUNG just kind of bouncing right there. Yeah, that 3951 where VWAP is on the ES. Basically right here, we're right at it. Okay, next 5-minute candle on ES open below VWAP. And now it's starting to move down. Whoa, that was a pretty big flush. Okay, might grab a short on a little bounce. It's not bouncing. Whoa, there it is. There's the flush. See what happens to the support. I missed that move so far. Whoa. 130? Yeah, no data. These are news. That was a pretty big drop right there. It was disappearing and reappearing wicks. So it made it all the way to this one just on that one candle. I'm gonna wait. Might just try and catch the long. I mean, it could come all the way down here and fill this gap even, but Let's see. Natural gas moved right down to that wick. I might go short because it's holding under this VWAP, and there's not really. Yeah. Eh. Nah, I'll wait. I'm gonna go long on a natural gas here. It's right here. Candle's not closed, but it's wicking. Got 2 minutes for that to close, and it's right at that support. May come down to VWAP, but could just hold up here and then move up back up in the range. Oh, it didn't fill yet though. Shoot, I should close that. Oh, there it is. Y kind of at that support on the day. Okay, my nat gas just filled to the long side. Looks like the market's maybe gonna keep coming down. Yeah, I think so. Nat gas is coming down a little bit more. Comes the market. Buy coming through that support. Might have another flush here. Today could turn pretty bearish, really. This momentum's pretty heavy. It's coming down, seems like faster than it was going up, other than the morning grip. But lower volume, less trading going on here, so this is moving fast for that. Up CDB. Yeah, maybe I should have taken that short.
digits
Caroline
last year.
Woods.
But yes, they are outperformers this year. And you talked about PayPal getting a downgrade from KeyBank, that analyst turning more neutral on PayPal. He's turning more bullish on both Visa and MasterCard, expects that outperformance to continue this year, upgrading both Visa and MasterCard to overweight from sector weight. Says travel-related dislocation concerns have faded. Also thinks both will benefit as fintech continues to grow to an embedded model for consumers, businesses, merchants, issuers. Sees new payment flows in 2023 and says those new flows beyond consumer cards are improving durability and diversification for both Visa and MasterCard. For Visa, expects new flows revenue could represent more than 50% of growth through 2026. Can rise to more than 40% of the business, up from really 1/3 last year. Key drivers of those new flows coming from things like fraud services, B2B business, and Visa Direct. Meanwhile, for MasterCard, it says new flows revenue could account for more than 50% of growth for MasterCard through 2024. It could account for more than 50% of the business, up from 45% in 2021, driven by fraud, analytics, processing, consulting. So things outside of what you would normally think of for both Visa and MasterCard. Taking a look at the price targets for MasterCard, this analyst has a $425 price target. That was a boost from $305. It's currently trading around $373 right now, a little bit more than that. For Visa, though, he boosted his price target to $210 from $187. I should note Visa's currently trading around $221, so actually a little bit of downside from where it's currently trading. But so definitely a more bullish call for MasterCard. And as you said, both stocks literally up the same amount today, up about 1.6%.
Caroline, I don't want to oversimplify how these businesses work, but when it comes down to it, they just need dollars being swiped. They need money flowing through the network. And so I hear this analyst call, and I wonder, is this against the grain? Because we hear so much about economic slowdown. It just seems like it's just always coming. It never's quite here, but it's always out there in the future. There's going to be this recession, be it mild, be it big. Maybe it'll just be a little economic gully, whatever it may be. We just keep hearing about it. So is this sentiment against the grain, or is the swiping just going to continue no matter what?
You know, Alex, it's interesting. This analyst might be playing a little bit of catch up, because when you actually look at the breakdown from these analysts, they're overwhelmingly bullish on both Visa and MasterCard. Actually, PayPal, too, going back to that. But 90% of analysts have a buy rating on a MasterCard right now. 88% have a buy rating on Visa. MasterCard doesn't have a single sell. Visa has one sell, and the median price targets are quite a bit higher. MasterCard at 405 and Visa at 250, so $30 upside for Visa, so higher than this KeyBank analyst. I think that right now, job market is strong. Yes, we could start to see. We know consumers have been stretched, right? We know that there's a lot of pressure, but they continue to spend. They've just been shifting where that spending is. So I think we're starting to see that change in some of the retailers that are beneficiaries of it. The shift from goods to services, but at the end of the day, they're still using their credit cards, and it seems like analysts think that they'll continue to do so. And because of the strong jobs market, hopefully.
We only have credit cards left. We're gonna keep swiping.
And Caroline, I think that's where these companies are actually looking to make a lot of their money, is the fact that people won't be able to pay some of those credit cards. We've talked about how credit card debt has been a major concern, with it rising so substantially over the years. I think people are still swiping whether that money is there or not, which is scary. I live very close to where major shopping occurs in Chicago, Michigan Ave, and you walk around, especially right now after the holiday seasons, and it's like no one has any concern for money in mind, which actually makes me concerned. I don't necessarily take it as a sign of optimism. I look around like, what is going on here? But
I thought the same. I had to pop into Lululemon this weekend, and there was the longest line at the check. I was actually returning something. There was the longest line at the checkout counter. And, you know, going back to the credit cards, if you actually take a look at the interest that they charge, the APR, I mean, it's very hard to find, but it's, you know, 22, 23, 25%. So that's certainly how they can make money on people not paying their full balances off.
No doubt. I mean, that's the banks mainly, but I mean, Visa and MasterCard, they aren't really taking that financial risk. They're just providing you access to the network. So they're taking a little bit here, a little bit here, a little bit here. They don't really care if you pay it back or not. Just keep swiping that card down the line. But thanks to Caroline Woods, as always, senior markets correspondent for the TD Ameritrade Network. We're going to take a short break. We get back. It's time for Under 30. We're going to go back to the housing space. We're going to talk with George about Zillow Group, company that was
roll over if you have, or not roll over, but do a balance transfer to another card if you have to. You can push it off at least a couple years doing that. But that's if you're in trouble, you need to make money and pay it off. So, low of the day is here. Seems like we're probably gonna hit it. I missed this beautiful trade. Well. $12 credit cards? Dude, that's chump change, man. Just kidding, that's a lot. It's good to have credit cards. Good to have high credit limits on it and low balances. It's good for your credit. Good for your debt to income. Good for all that. I've got a lot of credit cards. I use like, well, now I use like 2 or 3 of them, but I just put small payments on, try and do small payments on all of them, so that the credit bureaus see that they're being used, and then also at the same time keep pushing your credit limit higher and higher. Might be a bottom here. 3, yeah, but having a lot of credit lines is good as long as there's not balances on them, for sure. Yeah, that could be the bottom right there. I might even, ooh, it's not much, but I might even go long there. Wish it was at more of a support, like here. Yeah, See, what's crazy about futures, like, you got into it here, you went short, thinking this is the top this morning, well, double top, go short, and it just rips. And then you just wait all day until here, and now you're profitable. This is what I was thinking would happen yesterday, or Friday. So I went short. Where'd I go short? Was it here? No, here. I went short here. So I think it's just, even if it rallies up some, it's going to come back down. Nope. Today's more of those reading rainbow days. The more you know. Yeah, that candle's not doing much. Looks like it's just gonna keep coming. Who's abusing them? Dang. Yeah. Yeah, gas, oil, commodities, and then equities. I can show you what's futures. Trades in the futures market. Oh, if we get a couple of those candles, that could be a bottom. This is what E-Trade shows. I'm not sure if there's more or not, but there's equity index. So S&P 500, small ones and big ones. Ones have more leverage or less. You're down on wheat. Oh, the shares or the ETF. Yeah, it might be reversing here. We'll see. Ooh, if we got a little engulfing candle too. 30.90, 33. Oh, it's at the same. Yeah, so NASDAQ, S&P, Dow, Russell, S&P mid cap, VIX, another VIX one, and KD, which is this Japan? Yeah, I think this is Japan, I'm not sure. And then, of course, energy, oil, nat gas, heating oil, Brent crude oil, interest rates, 10-year treasury note, 5-year, 30-year treasury bond, metals. So some of these are settlement in cash, some are physical, so you could get palladium. You're just holding that contract. So it expires. Figure out where to put all your palladium. Grains, these are all physical. Corn, soybean, wheat, Kansas City wheat. I don't know what that's weird. Oats, mild corn, softs, coffee, sugar. You have to get different, I don't have access to trade some of these. Livestock, currencies are even on here, and like crypto. They have it here. No, this is just currencies. And here's crypto. And all the micros, but those are also in the other ones. Yeah, wheat tech round. Yeah, I remember trading that ETF when wheat was going crazy. When they shut down the wheat futures, I think. Yep, that was quite a ride. Is there much liquidity on the options on there, or not really? That's too bad. Not sure that's gonna really see a big move to the upside. So nat gas bounced off of VWAP, thankfully. I think I still have a long there. Yeah. This could also be setting up a little bear flag. I think that's what it's doing. Yeah. This looks like still a good short, actually. Oh wait, one along.
Market share. Their market share back in 2020 was around 3% of total sales. They're expecting 6% by 2025. So that alone can be a pretty significant catalyst for the company's stock price and its earnings, despite the challenging macro and economic.
I don't know what would be the catalyst. I guess more war news would be the main thing, but the market's pretty subdued to that at this point, it seems like.
But appreciate all of that insight. And Zillow having a nice day today, up just shy of 9%. But George Chillis, we'll leave it there, senior markets correspondent for the network. And that also does it for Next Gen Investing for Alex and myself for this Monday. Coming up next, we have the watch list with Nicole Petalides.
Yeah, looks like it's gonna keep coming. Keep on dropping. I'm not sure if my outlook will be super bullish for tomorrow if this yeah, if our candle closes like this or anything close to that. If we fill this gap especially, that'll be pretty ugly. Oh, should remember that shorts are future liars. Nice. Oh. Bear flagging, but all these wicks down here. No, it's not. Oh, is this it? Mm-hmm. Very slow day. Waiting. Put a stop limit on up. It could hit this resistance here. Just be over it. Not want to go anymore. I don't know how to do a stop limit on here. Thinkorswim, it looks nice. I just haven't worked out how to use it. Nat gas is it's going against me. Like SPY's moving back up. Kind of want to take the long. Wait.
Instead, since vehicle prices are up, likely because of the cost of materials and also because of interest rates to buy a car. Piper Sandler upgrading
interesting
Uber
thought.
from neutral to overweight, boosting the price target from $31 to $33 a share, and it's recommending Uber against
I
DoorDash,
might
by the way,
close
which
that gas.
intentionally or actually downgraded DoorDash. But
got some
vehicle
profits
prices
today.
are near all-time highs, and this quick reversion to normal that some, or to the historical
Busting
prices
through
that some
VWAP.
people think may happen, that's less likely, and more affordable pricing because of that seems less likely. So as a result, these cash-strapped consumers will most likely opt to hail rides instead of trying to replace old cars.
Right, understood. And I was looking, I couldn't believe the Uber chart. It's up over 30%
Yeah, I
in
just
6
took
months.
loss on that
I was
gas.
impressed by that number. Tell me about
Fortunate.
Visa and MasterCard, an upgrade there?
Yes, an upgrade over at KeyBank. Now, KeyBank believes that Visa and MasterCard are both going to do pretty well this year into 2023, which is pretty interesting because in the payment space, we haven't seen a consistent upgrade for any companies. We haven't seen a consistent positive view because it's heavily tied to the cash-strapped consumer. But KeyBank took Visa and MasterCard both from sector weight to overweight, gave Visa a $210 price target, gave MasterCard a $425 price target. And the analyst says that before all of this, people were using these cards mostly for travel-related concerns, and that it was sort of a dislocation that happened, and that those concerns have faded. But he sees the business growing beyond consumer cards in business-to-business, fraud prevention, digital payments, and analytics, and that will continue to diversify the revenue streams for these two big credit card companies.
Right, understood. Renita Young, thank you so much. A good look there at very important names that are on the move today. Thank you, Renita. Let's take a look at the bigger picture. Russell Stone is with us, CEO, owner of Scranton Financial. So we have a rally that has been underway, though it is losing steam as we speak. In fact, the Dow is up just 74 points, but we did see a big rally on Friday after that jobs report. What'd you make of it? And is this bear market rally or is something changing?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of emotions still left over from 2022. I would not I look at the valuations of the markets, and the markets back in 2021, the historical valuations of the stock market as a whole was off the charts. There is no historical comparison anywhere in our history to where we were in 2021.
I got shaken out on that
10%
gas.
drop in
It was a false break to VWAP. It's just so illiquid, it just gaps. It's scary. We'll see. It did break VWAP, but I don't know.
If there's good news in Ukraine, if there's good news, if the Fed does a pivot, that may be good news for some, but bad news for others. We'll see how that plays out. But at the end of the day,
Good thing I didn't take this long. The only thing I should have taken was this short, but
The first half of the year versus the second half of the year, and what do you tell investors to do?
well, in the first half of the year, there's so many unanswered questions. Like I just mentioned, Ukraine, Russia, how's that going to play out? Is the Fed going to pivot? If they pivot, how much? Are they going to just stop increasing, or are they going to slow down the rate increases? What's going to happen? Is there layoffs coming? I believe that the layoffs are kind of an untold story in the first half. If it manifests itself that there's a lot of layoffs coming.
that would have been a nice short. This is engulfing too. Look at that. 12.6. I don't see any news. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's just getting choppy. That gas, you bugger. Shook me up. Market got kind of volatile here. I don't know what that was. Looks like it wants to come back up though. Look at that candle. I don't know what to do. I guess just wait. Hopefully BBBY gets a rip into close and I can do some cover calls. Probably, let's see, I could do 24 total. So do maybe 5. I could do 10, I guess. 10. 10. The 3 strike. 10 more tomorrow. 4 more the next day. We'll see. I mean, if it keeps rallying, I'll probably slow down. It's a one-day thing, though. I speed up. And I'll wait to get puts on GME, long or short, really. So if I got short, I'd want to get way out of the money, which there's no premium. And if I got long, I feel like we might just kind of bounce, consolidate, data burn for maybe a couple days. I picked up long puts for one of these moves, and that worked really nice. But yeah, that was a Friday. It was last Friday, I think. Yeah, so this day, on this Friday, I picked up those long puts and then caught this move, which is like, or no, I guess to here? Or no, it was to here, yeah, because I closed them this Friday, last Friday. Or no, this is last Friday. This is when I closed them. Today's Monday. Yeah. Alright, SPY's moving back down. All over the place. Good thing I haven't opened anything up there. It's choppy. So is natural gas too. It's coming down still. Might be a good short on you in natural gas, actually. Got. Not much, actually. Not much exposure. Not much room to the downside. Jeez, dude, these candles are getting big. Nighthawk's calling out an island. BBY. Can't remember what an island means. It's like the market's deciding bear flag. Ooh, island.
Has Athleta, another Lululemon type clone. I think it's also undervalued. And I think that there are some out there. Kohl's, we haven't heard much about Kohl's holiday sales yet. We could hear something soon. And I do think that Kohl's, again, will be subject to a proxy fight this year. I think the holiday sales were very uneven for most retailers. We don't have a lot of data points yet. But I think that there was some slowness, and probably it's going to continue into 2023.
And what is your outlook for 2023 as you fast forward to the holiday season of 2023?
I think the inventory problems that we've been discussing are going to continue at least for a couple quarters. I think consumer spending on apparel is slowing down. I don't think it's going to plummet or anything, but I do think it is slowing down. It's really been slowing down since 2021. Really, 2021 was one of the best years for apparel retail in many years. And so 2022 was a slowdown. I think that's going to continue, but I think we're going to see, probably an uptick in the second half of the year. And, people are forward-looking and stock prices are forward-looking. So I think that we could see some of these stocks that I think now are undervalued. I think that we could see them start to rally even before the results really start turning around.
And just for some perspective, not to pinpoint you if you had to buy at some point, but just so people have an understanding of what you're thinking, David, how long have you been covering Lulu? I know you currently have a sell. Where have you stood over the last, couple of calls or couple of years? You did say you think that the margins will improve and all that. You did give it some good news going forward, but so people have some perspective on your call today.
I've covered Lululemon for 4 years. Lululemon has consistently beat estimates in that time. I've often been at the high end or above the high end of their guidance because it's pretty clear that Lululemon often sandbags us a little bit with lower guidance. Lululemon's really been, they've just been executing extremely well. And part of that time, they didn't even have a CEO, and they were still executing well. So the company is very popular, but at some point, it's going to get tougher and tougher. It's a much bigger company than it was 5 years ago. And so it's a lot harder to go from, $8 billion in annual sales to $15 billion in annual sales, than it was to go maybe from 4 to 8. And so that I think is the concern. And that's why at times when it's traded at 50 times earnings, I've thought it was quite overvalued.
I'm glad I asked the question. That was good perspective there for the big picture. David Schwartz, thank you of Morningstar. Appreciate it. Coming up next, we're going to talk those so-called vice stocks, alcohol, casinos. Could these be a good pick for you, for your current market environment portfolio? Great. Take a look at winners and losers in the S&P 500.
think the theme in the markets has to be uncertainty right now, maybe lack of direction. And when we see times like that, I think investors should look hard towards consumer staples and in particular, Vice-type stocks. We've slanted our portfolio even more towards certain gaming companies and certain alcohol companies like beer.
Yeah, I saw you have Heineken on there. Yeah, I saw you had Heineken on there. I mean, you know, which is an ADR. Are there so many different alcohol brands that we can talk about? Are some more recession-proof than others?
Well, I think alcohol overall is more recession-proof, or at least recession-resistant. But what we've seen in the past year or so is a little bit more of a turn back towards more bargain drinks, big beer, for instance, as compared to over the last, previous years, 5 years or so, we were seeing more of a slant towards designer alcohols, small batch liquors, expensive wine. And if you want something sure, steady, predictable, we think big beer is a good place to invest. And we think this market is attractive for it.
Yeah. Beer here. How about a name like International Game Technology, IGT? You also have the Gaming and Leisure, GLPI. I saw that on your list. Tell me a little bit about that.
Those are both gaming stocks in our top 5 holdings. But what we're doing in the portfolio right now is a little bit less casino operator. I'm not saying we don't like them, we still like them. Right. But what we like more is GLPI as a REIT. They own the real estate. It's a different company than the casino operator. Now, IGT, International Game Technology, they're a lottery company, a slot machine company, an online gaming company. We like that, again, as a long-term type of contract, sure, steady, more predictable, maybe a little less volatile than the casino operator themselves. Another one of these stocks that we think in an uncertain time can be something that consumers are going to spend money on regardless. These companies have long-term deals locked up for gaming income.
Right, and you talked about REITs. Tell me about RCI Hospitality. Where does that fit in the picture?
That is an interesting one. It's our top holding in the fund right now. RCI Hospitality, its main brand is actually Rick's Cabaret. Now, I'm not sure if you know what that is, Nicole. It's there's one right there in Manhattan. But Rick's Cabaret and their other adult entertainment venues very often have the highest alcohol sales in their municipality, in their county, off the chart alcohol sales, expensive drinks in these adult entertainment establishments. Again, recession resistant in our opinion. It's a good stock to look at.
As long as it's legal, I'm all for it. No, I have not been to Rick's Cabaret, but fully understand why it could be a lot of fun and a lot of alcohol sales. And you said it's the top holding. You also had Boyd Gaming in there. And the casinos, you like those, just not as much at this moment.
Well, it's interesting. We do like Boyd. It's a Vegas locals market. It's a regional type casino. We're slanting more towards those as well as the REITs and the manufacturers. But we like Boyd a little bit more than some of the biggest brands like MGM and Sands at the moment. And it goes to show that we think stock selection, individual stock picks in an actively managed fund as compared to an index is important. So we do like Boyd Gaming as well.
Yeah, how long has Vice been around, and what was the premise of its creation, and does it still hold water going forward? For how long?
I appreciate that question. At a prior company, at another fund company, I once created the Vice Fund Mutual Fund. Thing still exists for over 20 years now. Now, here at Advisor Shares, we think an actively managed ETF is a better mousetrap than a regular mutual fund. But the whole concept of vice is something that we think people are going to drink, even smoke, gamble. They're going to use these things no matter what's going on in the economy, no matter what's going on in the stock market. And at uncertain times like this, we think it's a good time to look at vice stocks and consumer staples overall. Again, people drink, they smoke, they gamble. Cigarettes, while people are smoking less and less in the United States, thankfully, it's still the most profitable consumer product in existence. So even tobacco stocks worldwide can be a recession-resistant steady bet, in our opinion.
Yeah, understood. And really, we saw that during the pandemic, right? You weren't surprised when you saw alcohol, that was, the stores were left open, those were basically necessary stores.
Once again, we don't know if it's right or right, and we're not judging, but we think it's a good investment in all times, no matter what's going on in the stock market, no matter what's going on in the economy. But we like the shift towards high-end alcohol, designer alcohols, towards more of the sure and steady beer at this time.
I didn't see a lot of tobacco in there quickly.
We do own some tobacco stocks. We're underweighting them. Again, we realize people are smoking less and less, but we do have some tobacco stocks in there. Sure and steady bets.
Okay. Great to see you, Dan Aarons. Thank you, of Advisor Shares. Thank you very much. Coming up, we'll focus on semiconductors and how the U.S.-China tensions impact this group.
So I think over the next few years, you're going to continue to see a bipartisan move in Congress to really shower money on chip and chip production, and that should mitigate at least a little bit the extent that the Biden administration's economic restrictions on China are having on the industry.
Right. And, you know, as we talk about the different types of chips, Ed, that was something you were focusing on. You have names like Taiwan Semi that you think is a buy right now, as well as Qualcomm. Tell me, Ed, about some of the names you like and why.
Yeah, so Taiwan Semiconductor, they produce 90% of the world's unique and very high-end semiconductors. And those are the ones that, as Jordan was saying, go into the cars and washing machines and so on. And they also pay a really nice dividend as well. And you can't forget about the dividend because, 2.5% income in addition to them being about 25% undervalued based on what their target price is. I really like Taiwan Semiconductor. And it's interesting that Jordan said about this being the Cold War, because some people believe that China's interest, if they are going to invade Taiwan, has a lot to do with their interest in Taiwan Semiconductor. I would take a real strong look at that. And another thing about Taiwan Semiconductor is that they are very profitable. They brought down about $71 billion in revenue, and that's what their gross was, but they netted about $30 billion out of that. And you compare that to Intel, which grossed about the same amount, they only brought down $12 billion in revenue. So you're looking at Taiwan Semiconductor being a very, very strong company. And Qualcomm is another company that has 27% upside from here, and they have a 2.5% income, and they're very focused on telephones and communication systems. And Qualcomm, to me, is a buy at this point, as well as Taiwan Semiconductor, but I would not be buying Intel at this point, nor would I be buying Micron.
Okay, so Intel, avoid Micron, avoid. If I have another moment, I'll get to the reasons why, but I'm glad you got those in there. Jordan, you were saying that chips are like the new oil. We need chips, and what are the final thoughts here?
Well, I think it's not just that we need chips now, Nicole. Like at the beginning of the pandemic, when it was impossible to get a mask, right? Everybody remembers what that was like. We don't want to be in a position where we're caught with our proverbial national pants down when we need chips the next time. So there's been a huge recognition in Congress across multiple parties that we need to make sure that we have the operating capability and the ability to produce chips at home. You've seen, without mentioning any names, you've seen multiple American and foreign companies making very large-scale investments in chip fabrication here at home. I think Ed hit a really important point about the strategic national security importance of Taiwan in chip making. We need to watch that as a national security lever moving forward. And again, universal recognition that markets will go up and down, particularly in DRAM and other really volatile kinds of chips that are used in consumer goods. But long term, there's been a recognition that this is an absolutely critical national security industry, and that is, I think, a very good thing.
Okay, Ed, final thoughts here. I know you had Intel, you said to avoid it, but it doesn't seem like you think it's going way down. I think you just think it's just not going up.
Right. I mean, the nice thing about being a stock selector is that you get to choose which stocks you want to invest in. And you have many better choices in the semiconductor area than Intel, and that's Taiwan Semi and Qualcomm. Even AMD is a stock that has very, very strong buy opinions, and I would be buying that over Intel and over Micron. I believe Micron and Intel both have a large amount of their revenue coming from the portable computers and PCs and servers, and I just don't know if the economy is going to grow to a point where they're going to be able to get enough money out of those sales. I just don't think that there's going to be such a demand in that area for semiconductors. So I would stay away from Micron and Intel and focus on AMD and Taiwan Semiconductor and Qualcomm.
Qualcomm, right. All right, good to see you both. Jordan Strauss of Kroll and Ed Vitowski of Chapwood Investments. Thank you both. Good look there at semis. And thank you, friends, for joining me here on the watch list. The Dow has, in fact, turned negative after being higher by more than 3
chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to tdameritrade.com/webcast and start learning today.
Thinkorswim by TD Ameritrade is more than a trading platform. It's an entire trading experience. With innovation that lets you customize interfaces, charts, and orders to your style of trading. Personalized education to expand your perspective, and a dedicated trade desk of expert-level support that will push you to be even better and just might change how you trade forever. Because once you experience Thinkorswim by TD Ameritrade, there's no going back.
quiet time is now over. I'll come in gradually with my voice, not scare you. Hour. We've got 20 minutes left. Close my short right here. That hammer candle, and it hitting this support from yesterday. Not a very strong support, but it was one. Decided to close it here, but looks like we're gonna flush even further. It's okay though. Don't see a whole lot more downside. Maybe to here, but yeah. I decided not to hold it overnight. It had too much profit on it, and I wasn't. That was what all my profits on the day were, so didn't want to just erase those if it got stopped out. I'd already realized some profits, then I could have held it for more, but it's still flushing. Kind of a crazy reversal day. I'm not sure if this makes me bullish for tomorrow now. I was thinking today would hold up better. This candle isn't like an inverted hammer. It's got such a long body on it, but it has a pretty big wick. Just looking back here to compare it to other ones. We did have like this day, like rallied and then had an inverted or basically similar candle like today, but then it gapped up. So might still have a gap up to fill this gap. But yeah, today was a big reversal. So let's see, I missed this short here. This would have been the best. Lesson for today is, even if you don't think it has very far, it can go in one direction. Still no reason not to trade it because you don't know. So like here, I didn't take this short because I thought it would. I saw it only coming down to here. I didn't see it. I didn't think it'd have a big move. But you never know how far it's gonna go. So that's the thing. I should have just taken it and then decided when to close it. You know, once it's up. Doesn't make sense to already trying to get out of the trade before you're even in the trade, which is basically what I was doing. I was closing the trade before I even opened it, pretty much. So then I wouldn't open it. Just another excuse for some boogie, fear of getting in, or fogey. So missed this one. Came down here, got big candles, some volatility. Those long wicks made me kind of bullish, but then was also in a bear flag. But I actually ended up going long on one of these, thinking it's breaking out. As longer term, I was still more bullish. Not longer term, I guess the next day or two. And then this is where I had to realize a loss, because then on this candle I actually closed that long. It was like 250 loss maybe, and I actually went short here. So it was a good move in hindsight now, because this move from here to here was like 800. So yeah, but yeah. So that was the right play. This one I should have taken, and then this one I shouldn't have taken. I was being a little impatient. I saw the bear flag, but I also saw those wicks, and so I thought rally, but then it didn't. And then hindsight, of course, this ended up being a good short, but I was maybe early on this one too, because it was literally like right here in the candle. It could have just been wicking again. But I just went with the bear flag, and I guess a bit of luck on this one as well, because it hadn't confirmed the move to the downside. It's all a bit of luck though, right? And then closing this one, it's looking like it's turning out to be the right time to close it. I didn't close it, of course, at the very bottom, but I did close it after this candle had formed at this support here. Not a very strong support, but it is a support. It looks like it's respecting. So I could even go long here potentially, and that I could hold overnight. Just wait though. I've got 15 minutes. This isn't an engulfing candle. If it was, I probably would, but it does look pretty bullish. Our stock up. Tomorrow gonna be green. Yeah, we could. I mean, the rally could continue, honestly, but today's reversal is a little unsettling for much more ups. I kind of thought we'd have something like, bigger ups, but yeah, market might be kind of getting a little scared for CPI, not just pricing in something super good. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, the momentum's all bullish still, hourly and daily. It's just had a lot of profit taking today, or I don't know. I didn't see any data, but it just got shaken out. I might go long here, actually. Maybe too early. Just let it bounce around. Might retest down here again. So if you count engulfing as the wicks, and this is engulfing, but I've been sticking to just candle bodies. So the body has to be bigger than the previous body. Not concerning with the wicks. I'll chill on that. I do have a natural gas long, which I almost want another one. So I just, on the futures, I saw it kind of double bottom here, and then here, like green candle, I thought it was kind of breaking out. I think it still will. MACD did cross bullish, now I've got a green over the 9 moving average. This is the same on the futures too, and I think on the longer time frames, it's possibly gotten a bottom, and so might have some moves to the upside, filling gaps. Bullish MACD. We also have that little island pattern here, actually, just on the hourly. Daily, it's just gaps basically. Yeah, not a whole lot to look at on the daily. I mean, RSI was oversold. It ticked up, which is bullish. Today's candle is green, but not a full big bodied candle. It's hard because this is just a ETF, or this isn't. Yeah, is this an ETF? This isn't the future, so there's just gaps in it. Yeah, this just trades the futures, so it's hard to get TA on this as opposed to the futures contract or the futures chart. So futures chart doesn't look bullish, which on the longer term, these are daily candles. You could say this candle is a hammer and a reversal. It's just kind of early, still kind of early to decide. This is the bottom or just a consolidation before more downs. So we'll see. If I'm up on it, I'll hold it overnight and put a stop. Yeah, see that just reversed. Look at that. Interesting. Whoa, new lows. Yeah, it did. It just was consolidating there. Could have held my short, I suppose. But yeah, let's see. I mean, here's another soft level here, but really here's the next big level. I might take another short here even. Seems kind of crazy after it's come down so much, but that's engulfing. Alright, I took another short. This candle's got 55 seconds. Hopefully it doesn't just reverse. Maybe go to here, but I see this as more of a level. I'm not gonna ride this thing like crazy. If it starts to go against me, I'll just cut losses. As long as it stays engulfing before it closes, I'll ride it. So got 30 seconds on it, so should stay. We'll see. Now let's make sure I went short and not long. Yeah, okay. This little false break. 5 seconds. Oh, it wanted to rip back up there. Oh, see, look what it did just before. Yep, false break. All right, I'm cutting losses. Dang it, that was a big loss to cut. Wait a minute. Let me try to get a better exit. Yeah. This is probably a good entry here. Buyers just all showed up. Gotta be patient, patient, patient. This thing looks like it wants to rip though. Okay, I'm out. Dang it. That was an expensive mistake. Should have waited for the candle to close. So just that volatility candle's tree fitty. Alright, should be done. 10 minutes to close. I won't trade away all my profits. My nat gas is down a little bit. Probably hold it. Yeah, see that's the thing with waiting. If you try and front run it, I wouldn't have had the conviction if that didn't engulf and close. Just a little shakeout candle. I mean, it could still come down, but oh, we're in 10 minutes too. 10 minutes of Fugazi. Shouldn't be trading right now, anyways. Alright, not gonna have time to do a video today. Quiet time didn't end early enough. I'd like to, but yeah. Basically recap. Went up and away. Up 18% today. We picked this one up yesterday based on some highly educated due diligence, and I'll see. I could have waited. I wasn't even thinking it's 10 minutes. It gets so volatile 10 minutes. Highly educated due diligence and technical analysis. And someone from the chat. Yeah, we'll see. Looks like this probably will keep going. Volume picked up more today, which is good. It's actually increasing from the last 3 days. Broke this resistance here. I mean, next big level, of course, is that one, or maybe 1.6. That's nice. Party City ripped up. BBBY, well, gap up more than a rip up. This held up pretty well though. Bed Bath. Island formation that Nighthawk pointed out on the hourly. Hourly is a bit short of a time frame. I guess you could say it's on the daily too. Yeah, because here's the island and kind of a short time frame, but yeah, might be indicative of a gap fill up here for BBBY. I should have looked at the time. Wasn't even thinking it's 3:50. Whoops. Where it just got so jumpy. GameStop is actually red now, but slowing down the downward momentum for now. I think CPLI will have some weight on it, even though today it didn't really move with the market much. You know, market had a big move to the up and then even bigger to the down, and it just pretty much held up, more or less. So yeah, I think probably there's still more lows coming in for GME. That'll change. That thought of mine will change if we see volume. If we start to see big volume here, then that'll change. But for now, I think we're just kind of bounce consolidating before most likely new lows in this range. So I'll probably get long puts. We'll see. We'll see how tomorrow goes. The shorter term trend looks like it could rally a little bit more, maybe. I don't want to have long puts just through some flat consolidation like some of these days, or these days even. Last week was perfect. I actually got puts on Friday, which is usually not what you want to do, getting going long on a Friday because you just burn 2 days of theta. But it worked well last week because it was a little green day on Friday, and I thought it was just a bear flagging, and sure enough, Monday dumped. Held through all of this, which brought my contracts from like 60% back to like 20%. But then that last day, let's see, or no, by this day, which was Friday, they were back, I think back like 65, 70%. So those contracts were at the money and they were monthly. So I had like two and a half weeks on it. And then I got them at the money. So pretty safe for sure, which definitely helps in your favor when you're going long on options. Get lots of time and close to the money or in the money even. Spy's coming down here. See, I got shaken out when I went to close it. I wasn't thinking it's 10 minutes. I could have just cut for no loss there. Dang. Oh well. Yeah, tomorrow's Pal. He's speaking in Sweden though, so it's not like it shouldn't move the market, and potentially unless if someone asks him questions and he gives certain answers that would cause a movement. But otherwise, the market I don't think is anticipating anything from Pal, and probably won't have any movement from Pal. Look at that, dang. Okay. That sucks. Had a good day and then it just turned into a mediocre day. Fortune favors the futures. Thanks, Casper. And tomorrow being green, maybe gap up and then sell off. I mean, I do see the momentum still there. We did break out. Today might have been just some taking profits. I'm not sure. But this doesn't look like necessarily a false breakout that we had on Friday. Because that volume and the body's pretty tall. I mean, the body's above the resistance back here. Today was a big day too. Look at that range. Those are large candles. So we went, let's see, how did we trade it today? Did I go long here? No. I think I wanted to. Yeah, I did go long here actually. Went long here. Actually closed it here though. Oh well. I think I went back long here. I think I did both breakouts. Might have closed that one here. And then I was scared to go short. I think I went short, closed. Yeah. 21 trades today on the futures. Less is better to me, but yeah, 21's fine. If I didn't do that last trade, I would have been negative on the day. This trade right here, breaking that low, that took out losses and gave us profits. Good profits on the day, so less trades, but sometimes it's just that one final trade that'll give you all your profits for the day. Jimmy's coming down here a little bit. Look at that chart. Does that look like the yearly chart? A bit. Look at that. And then now here with us breaking this bear flag or bull flag. See what I mean? Look at that. Just look at this. We were holding up that level all year and then we broke through it. Is this coming next right here? This little rally, this is where we'd be right now on the daily candles. This little rally and then a new test of the low. Show you guys what I'm talking about. They look kind of similar to this, maybe weekly. Little bit. Yep, it does. And we're just breaking the low. So, little rally, maybe back up to 19, and then another test of that low, perhaps. We've seen that pattern play out on GME, like here, bounce, retest, bounce, retest, and then even on the longer time frame, we had this one, this floor, bounce, retest, lower, happened here, hit a low, rallied, hit a low. We'll see if the cycles and the patterns are still in play. I wasn't sure, still not sure after the split, but we're starting to see maybe a bounce here up to 19 at prior resistance, prior support, and then to come back down, retest either just above, at, or just below even, then a rally. Ooh, that might be coming. Market's coming down here. Shouldn't have scared myself out of that trade. That was loud. Okay, thanks for your watching, guys. Thanks for your thumbs up. Thanks for your subscriptions. I appreciate it. We'll be back tomorrow. I'm gonna keep up streaming, and not gonna have a recap video today. Definitely going to if I'm able to do it before market close, but can't today. On the futures, ended off up. Oh my, I have UNG. I forgot. Up 525 today on those. I have one oil or natural gas. One natural gas long. Might hold it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna hold it. It's just one. It's not crazy. Yeah, I like my price on it for the long side. The daily candles on UNG aren't, or QG, the natural gas futures, not crazy bullish, but we do have this hammer. RSI is low, but it did tick up today. There is a wick up there, but this looks like it could be a bottom of sorts. Yeah, I think we could have a bounce up for sure. SPY just sold off into close. Wow. Should have held. All right, thanks guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Sub up, like up, comment down. Happy money sticks around.